caminhos passam tão bem. Quem mostra vez caminho longe, quem mostra vez caminho longe, esse caminho passam tão bem. Saudade, saudade, saudades minha terra São Nicolau. Saudade, saudade, saudades minha terra São Nicolau. Quem mostra vez caminho longe, quem mostra vez caminho longe, esse caminho passam tão bem. Quem mostra vez caminho longe, quem mostra vez caminho longe, esse caminho passam tão bem. Saudade, saudade, saudades minha terra São Nicolau. Saudade, saudade, saudades minha terra São Nicolau. Se vos esquecer, tá esquecendo. Se vos escrever, tá escrevendo. Até dia que vou voltar, oh, oh. Se vos esquecer, tá esquecendo. Se vos escrever, tá escrevendo. Até dia que vou voltar, oh. Saudade, saudade, saudades minha terra São Nicolau. Saudade, saudade, minha terra São Nicolau.
Thank you so much, Centerline Band. We are now going to stop the band music. It's exactly 7:50. And then we are going to watch our screens. Kindly let's now be prepared to watch our screens as we display some videos for us to be able to watch as we keep cool, awaiting to officially begin our meeting for the day. So I request that the band will stop playing their music, and now we have our eyes on the screens as we watch the videos in our screens. Feel welcomed.
Welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. On behalf of the Government of Kenya and the African Development Bank Group, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all distinguished guests and delegates to the highly anticipated 2024 annual meetings in Nairobi, Kenya. Kenya's desire to host the 2024 annual meeting and the 59th annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group underscores its commitment to advancing regional and continental cooperation towards an inclusive and sustainable development. The Republic of Kenya takes pride in the foresights of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in singling out contemporary African problems of socio-economic transformation required given the existential threat of climate change, the required reforms of the multilateral development banks to be fit for purpose, scale up resources, and championing for the reforms of the global financial architecture. This is the 59th annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group and also marks 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. It is thus a celebration. It has a theme, African economic transformation, the African Development Bank Group, reforming of the global financial architecture. It is such an exciting theme at this time in African continent. The annual meetings will provide an unparalleled networking opportunities, facilitating strategic collaboration and partnership with key decision makers from African Development Bank Group member countries, as well as all shareholders, but also explore feasible solutions for African economies and the transformation agenda. We want to assure you all, our distinguished guests and delegates, that Kenya is fully prepared to host the event, ensuring a seamless experience for everyone. The event will be hosted at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. The historical significance of this convention center is that it hosted the World Bank and International Monetary Fund annual meetings half a century ago. That was in 1973. We look forward to welcoming you to Nairobi for what promises to be a historic chapter in our ongoing partnership with the African Development Bank Group, the African region, and the world at large. So karibu Kenya, welcome to Kenya. Asante sana, thank you very much.
Karibu. Nairobi awaits you. Welcome to the African Development Bank Group's 2024 annual meetings in Kenya. To make life easy, we've bundled all you need to know about the event in one mobile app. Create a personalized calendar, chat with registered participants, and get general information about the host country all inside. Avoid getting lost by using the navigator feature to find your way around the venue and the surrounding outdoor area. Set reminders and look up the next available shuttle using the shuttle management feature. And for special guests, find your personal vehicle and driver details. Available in English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic, this year's AM mobile app also features an AI chatbot to provide tips on the nearest restaurants, ATM locations, and other helpful information. Scan the QR code or search for AFDB AM 2024 on your App Store to download the app on your mobile device now.
For the past 60 years, the African Development Bank has been playing a crucial role to support African countries in their economic development. A multilateral system with strong MDBs like the FDB is vital for addressing the many development challenges and advancing towards the SDGs. Switzerland supports reforms to make MDBs better and more effective. We welcome the new 10-year strategy of the FDB and the alignment with the MDB evolution agenda. We are keen to see how the bank will target global public goods, such as tackling climate change, while maintaining a strong focus on fighting poverty and inequality. The current challenges call for more strategic partnerships and coordination. MDBs needs to work better as a system to generate more impact. We ask the FDB to contribute to joint diagnostics and further harmonize policies and standards on safeguards, procurement, climate finance, and results management. The FDB must remain selective and focus on the most pressing development challenges, considering its comparative advantages and the division of labor with others. We look forward to continued progress on governance and institutional reforms. Ensuring full compliance with the highest environmental, social, and governance standards is crucial for the credibility of the institution. Additionally, a strong results orientation along with well-resourced compliance and monitoring functions are essential. We attach great importance to preserve the bank's AAA rating. We welcome its leadership on financial innovation by issuing the first hybrid capital bond among MDBs. We ask the bank to continue to explore the recommendations of the G20 CAF review. The bank must make the best use of the proposed callable capital increase to achieve a standalone AAA rating. Switzerland warmly congratulates the African Development Bank Group on its 60th anniversary. We thank the President, management and staff for their commitment and hard work. Switzerland remains committed to work with the AFDB and looks forward to a continued close cooperation and dialogue.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs de la Banque africaine de développement, chers collègues, Monsieur le Président du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, honorables invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, tout protocole respecté. Je voudrais, avant tout propos, adresser au nom de son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, mes remerciements au Président de la République et au peuple kényan pour l'excellent accueil et les attentions dont la délégation ivoirienne a bénéficié depuis son arrivée. Je voudrais également, au nom du gouvernement de Côte d'Ivoire, adresser nos chaleureuses salutations à l'ensemble des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, aux éminentes personnalités du secteur privé, de la société civile et à l'ensemble des délégations des Nations Amies qui ont fait le déplacement dans cette belle ville de Nairobi pour enrichir de leur contribution les travaux de ces assemblées annuelles. Je voudrais enfin renouveler les remerciements du gouvernement ivoirien à l'endroit du groupe de la Banque africaine de développement, particulièrement à son président, le docteur Akinwumi Adesina, pour l'appui constant de la Banque à la stratégie nationale de développement qui vise à hisser la Côte d'Ivoire au rang de pays à revenus intermédiaires de la tranche supérieure à l'horizon 2030. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables invités, les travaux des assemblées de cette année se tiennent dans un contexte marqué par la relance de l'activité économique post-Covid, mais également la persistance de la guerre russo-ukrainienne qui a accentué les pressions inflationnistes et conduit au resserrement à grande échelle des politiques monétaires, sans oublier la résurgence des changements climatiques auxquels nos économies sont confrontées. Ainsi, les conditions de financement des économies se sont durcies, rendant difficile l'accès au financement des pays africains. L'architecture financière internationale actuelle, malgré sa contribution indéniable au développement économique, impose d'importantes contraintes à notre continent. L'Afrique, qui contribue modestement aux émissions globales de gaz à effet de serre, fait face à un déficit de financement climatique considérable, évalué selon la Banque africaine de développement à 213,4 milliards de dollars américains par an jusqu'en 2030. Cette situation est exacerbée par une répartition inégale des ressources financières d'urgence et des réponses budgétaires aux crises mondiales au détriment de notre continent. Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables invités, les défis actuels auxquels nous sommes confrontés sont multiples. Il s'agit notamment de la restructuration de la dette, du financement de la lutte contre le changement climatique et de la mobilisation de ressources pour accélérer la transformation économique de l'Afrique. Ainsi, près de 40% des pays en développement sont aux prises avec des problèmes d'endettement graves, tandis que le ratio d'endettement moyen de l'Afrique subsaharienne a presque doublé en 10 ans. Face à cette situation, une réforme de l'architecture financière mondiale est impérieuse pour la transformation économique des pays africains, mais également pour l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030. Cette réforme doit viser à réduire les inégalités, renforcer la stabilité monétaire, alléger de manière adéquate la dette et fournir un soutien accru au financement climatique. Pour réaliser une transformation économique inclusive et durable, nous devrons également adopter des modèles de croissance axés sur la diversification économique, le développement du capital humain, la transition écologique et l'inclusion financière. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables invités, à cet égard, l'avenir de la Banque africaine de développement dépendra de sa capacité à s'adapter à ces défis émergents tout en restant fidèle à sa mission première qui est de promouvoir le développement économique et le progrès social en Afrique. La collaboration continue avec les pays membres, les partenaires internationaux et le secteur privé sera essentielle pour maximiser l'impact de notre banque dans les années à venir, notamment à travers le renforcement de l'intégration régionale, la priorisation du développement durable, le renforcement de l'innovation et de la digitalisation, le développement du capital humain, enfin à travers l'accès au financement innovant. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables invités, avant de clore mon propos, je voudrais partager avec vous l'espoir que les recommandations pertinentes qui émaneront de ces assemblées permettront à notre continent de tirer profit de la mutation de l'architecture financière internationale. La Côte d'Ivoire, sous le leadership du président de la République, son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, reste engagée aux côtés des nations sœurs pour une architecture financière mondiale plus juste et plus équitable. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Honorable Governors, Executive Directors, AFDB President, Management, and Staff, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Egypt and the occasion of the bank's 60th anniversary, I would like to congratulate the AFDB boards, President, Management, and Staff on the exemplary dedication and excellence shown in serving the continent's evolving priorities throughout 6 decades. I commend the bank's choice of this year's theme, which tackles Africa's transformation and reform of the global financial architecture. And I look forward for the active engagement with the esteemed governors and policymakers in Nairobi. The international financial architecture is facing a set of challenges, as it was designed at a time when neither climate risks nor inequalities were considered as the main impediments to the development. Yes, these challenges have now turned into the world's top priorities. We are currently facing more pressures due to the increasing needs of mobilizing stable and long-term financing to confront the climate crisis and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa, with a significant number of countries either in debt distress or at high risk of debt distress, we allocate significant resources to debt servicing, which undermines critical sectors like education, health, and social protection. To address these issues, additional support from the international community, coupled with bold and decisive transformative reforms, are necessary to allocate additional resources through the international financial institutions. As a leading voice of the African nations, we envision substantial efforts from the AFDB in steering the global agenda. We also look forward to deepening sustainable borrowings in the form of blended finance mechanisms, in addition to aligning private capital and public goods through public-private partnerships. A key highlight in this regard is the launch of the historic Global Sustainable Hybrid Capital of the AFDB early this year, which is a leading example in optimizing MDB's resources. Egypt and the AFDB have been close partners since the bank's inception, and will remain supportive of the AFDB continuous efforts across all streams. Last year's remarkable partnership between Egypt and the AFDB in respect of the issuance of Africa's first sustainable Panda bond is a model to replicate across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to emphasize the fact that the African nations possess significant collective potential and competitive advantages. Together with the AFDB group and in collaboration with the leading regional and international organizations, we can pursue a multifaceted approach that addresses key economic and development challenges towards attaining a better and a more prosperous future for the continent. Thank you.
Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs de la Banque africaine de développement, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un plaisir pour moi de participer à ces assemblées annuelles 2024 de la Banque africaine de développement. Je souhaite adresser mes sincères remerciements aux autorités du Kenya pour leur hospitalité et aux services de la Banque pour l'organisation de ces réunions. Ces dernières années, les défis se sont multipliés pour les pays africains. Le continent a dû faire face aux conséquences économiques et sociales de la crise du Covid-19, puis de la guerre d'agression de la Russie en Ukraine. Le contexte macroéconomique mondial actuel continue aussi de peser sur le développement de l'Afrique. L'inflation élevée et le coût de l'endettement ont fortement augmenté, créant des pressions sur les finances publiques. Dans certains pays, l'instabilité politique s'ajoute à ces défis. Dans ce contexte, je souhaite remercier la Banque africaine de développement pour sa mobilisation et son volontarisme pour une croissance forte, durable et inclusive sur le continent. Au nom de la France, je remercie tout particulièrement la Banque pour son rôle de premier plan pour innover. J'en veux pour exemple l'émission de capital hybride sur les marchés en début d'année 2024, pour laquelle la Banque africaine a été pionnière. Je pense aussi au rôle de la Banque pour la mobilisation des droits de tirage spéciaux. Je pense enfin à l'Alliance pour les infrastructures vertes lancée lors de la COP28 ou encore au développement de l'Alliance pour l'entrepreneuriat en Afrique. Sur tous ces sujets, la Banque peut compter sur le soutien de la France. Je souhaite maintenant insister sur deux priorités de la Banque qui sont aussi deux priorités fortement partagées par la France. La lutte contre le changement climatique, qui va de pair avec le principe qu'aucun pays ne devrait avoir à choisir entre la lutte contre la pauvreté et la préservation de la planète, et la mobilisation des financements privés qui sont nécessaires pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable et faire face aux défis climatiques. La Banque africaine de développement participe pleinement aux efforts des banques multilatérales de développement pour dégager 300 à 400 milliards de dollars de financement supplémentaires grâce à la mise en place de mesures d'optimisation de leur bilan. Je m'en réjouis. En définitive, la Banque est une institution de référence pour accompagner les pays africains dans la mise en place de politiques publiques adaptées aux défis du siècle, en matière de fragilité, de climat ou d'endettement. La Banque devra continuer à définir des cadres réglementaires favorisant les investissements privés. C'est d'autant plus important que les ressources concessionnelles sont de plus en plus limitées et ne doivent être utilisées que là où elles ont le plus d'impact. Il faudra également que la Banque continue à aider les pays à améliorer leur gestion de la dette et des finances publiques. Je nous souhaite à tous de riches et productives discussions lors de ces assemblées annuelles qui marqueront le 60e anniversaire de la Banque. Je vous remercie.
Hey, celebrate our 60th birthday with us.
60 années de développement économique durable
and social progress in Africa.
Everywhere in Africa, venez célébrer l'unité,
diversité and impact.
With us on May 30th in Nairobi, Kenya.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us online.
Sur nos réseaux sociaux.
لمشاهدة البث المباشر.
Be part of this amazing celebration.
Follow us using hashtag
AFDBAM 2024.
Woo!
Karibu. Nairobi awaits you. Welcome to the African Development Bank Group's 2024 annual meetings in Kenya. To make life easy, we've bundled all you need to know about the event in one mobile app. Create a personalized calendar, chat with registered participants, and get general information about the host country all inside. Avoid getting lost by using the navigator feature to find your way around the venue and the surrounding outdoor area. Set reminders and look up the next available shuttle using the shuttle management feature. And for special guests, find your personal vehicle and driver details. Available in English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic, this year's AM mobile app also features an AI chatbot to provide tips on the nearest restaurants, ATM locations, and other helpful information. Scan the QR code or search for AFDB AM 2024 on your App Store to download the app on your mobile device now.
Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs de la Banque africaine de développement, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un plaisir pour moi de participer à ces assemblées annuelles 2024 de la Banque africaine de développement. Je souhaite adresser mes sincères remerciements aux autorités du Kenya pour leur hospitalité.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources, and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as Data Pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle, qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomopathologie en Afrique, en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc, l'intelligence artificielle, enfin
Welcome to Nairobi, Kenya. On behalf of the Government of Kenya and the African Development Bank Group, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all distinguished guests and delegates to the highly anticipated 2024 annual meetings in Nairobi, Kenya. Kenya's desire to host the 2024 annual meeting and the 59th annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group underscores its commitment to advancing regional and continental cooperation towards an inclusive and sustainable development. The Republic of Kenya takes pride in the foresights of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, in singling out contemporary African problems of socio-economic transformation required given the existential threat of climate change, the required reforms of the multilateral development banks to be fit for purpose, scale up resources, and championing for the reforms of the global financial architecture. This is the 59th annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group and also marks 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. It is thus a celebration. It has a theme, African economic transformation, the African Development Bank Group, reforming of the global financial architecture. It is such an exciting theme at this time in African continent. The annual meetings will provide an unparalleled networking opportunities, facilitating strategic collaboration and partnership with the key decision makers from African Development Bank Group member countries, as well as all shareholders, but also explore feasible solutions for African economies and the transformation agenda. We want to assure you all, our distinguished guests and delegates, that Kenya is fully prepared to host the event, ensuring a seamless experience for everyone. The event will be hosted at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. The historical significance of this convention center is that it hosted the World Bank and International Monetary Fund annual meetings half a century ago. That was in 1973. We look forward to welcoming you to Nairobi for what promises to be a historic chapter in our ongoing partnership with the African Development Bank Group, the African region, and the world at large. So karibu Kenya, welcome to Kenya. Asante sana, thank you very much.
Karibu. Nairobi awaits you. Welcome to the African Development Bank Group's 2024 annual meetings in Kenya. To make life easy, we've bundled all you need to know about the event in one mobile app. Create a personalized calendar, chat with registered participants, and get general information about the host country all inside. Avoid getting lost by using the navigator feature to find your way around the venue and the surrounding outdoor area. Set reminders and look up the next available shuttle using the shuttle management feature. And for special guests, find your personal vehicle and driver details. Available in English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic, this year's AM mobile app also features an AI chatbot to provide tips on the nearest restaurants, ATM locations, and other helpful information. Scan the QR code or search for AFDB AM 2024 on your App Store to download the app on your mobile device now.
Startups and sustainable enterprises across the continent are brimming with innovative ideas. The African Development Bank is supporting these Moroccan startups through the Azur Innovation Fund to make their mark on the global stage. AI is not just a buzzword. In Morocco, for instance, it is a catalyst for growth and success. AI offers a myriad of opportunities to streamline operations, optimize resources, and unlock unprecedented insights, particularly in the health sector. Blink Pharma exemplifies a startup proficient in utilizing AI for data analysis, enabling enhanced medical forecasting and prevention of pharmacy shortages and medication mismatches.
So we acquire a lot of data, but when you see it, it's too much. No one can interpret this data. So what we do is that we get the help of AI that will read all this data and put it in a more graphical way. This is what we get by analyzing it with our AI. We can understand better what is happening, about who are the competing products in a certain therapeutic area, and also understand what is the distribution of this product by form and what is its availability.
In healthcare, AI algorithms analyze vast amounts of medical data, assisting doctors in diagnosis and treatment. For startups, this means the ability to deliver affordable and accessible AI healthcare solutions to remote communities, saving lives and enhancing well-being, just as data pathology is doing.
Data Pathology, la start-up de pathologie digitale et d'intelligence artificielle, qui essaie de démocratiser l'accès à l'anatomie-pathologie en Afrique, en ciblant le dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Pour nous, il faut donner à la femme africaine toutes ses chances pour accéder au dépistage du cancer du col utérin. On a tenté d'enlever tous les freins à cet accès-là. Le kit IPAP est un kit contenant tous les éléments nécessaires à un dépistage du cancer du col utérin. Une brosse à usage unique, une fiche pour les renseignements cliniques, un flacon pour le prélèvement adapté à l'intelligence artificielle, enfin un spéculum à usage unique. Donc ce kit peut être envoyé dans toute l'Afrique avec un code d'enregistrement sur notre plateforme. Là, on est en train d'analyser le frottis d'une femme pour dire est-ce qu'il est malin ou bénin. Et on augmente l'efficience en intégrant une analyse par intelligence artificielle. C'est une œuvre d'art. Vous savez qu'il y a beaucoup de path art. Ils prennent des images et ils les font en tableau. Ça existe.
But perhaps the most significant work of art is the impact of AI on African health startups. With AI, they can compete on a global scale, leveraging technology to overcome traditional barriers to entry and reach new markets.
My job is to make the data in a way that people can understand it and make out of it actionable items for the health of citizens.
As the digital revolution also sweeps across Africa, AI stands as a beacon of hope for healthcare startups, offering not just solutions, but opportunities for growth, innovation, and prosperity. With investments of the Azure Fund by their side, the future of African healthcare becomes accessible for all.
I do transport cement. I buy cement from Senegal sometimes. Sometimes I just buy the cement from Farafenni here and then retransport it to the greater Banjul area. It is very difficult those days before the bridge was constructed, when we normally have a ferry. Truck drivers, it used to spend a week or so at the ferry crossing then. Now, it will just take you 5-10 minutes to go to the other sides.
Inaugurated in 2019, the Senegambia Bridge connects the northern part to the southern part of the Gambia, a blessing for this landlocked West African country situated in the heart of Senegal.
As where we are right now, that's where the bridge is, that is the Senegambia Bridge. We are surrounded by Senegal and then by the Atlantic, and then we have the River Gambia cutting across the Gambia itself, divided it into two parts. This road here connects one side of Senegal, southern and northern side, and then also it's a crossing point for the vehicles coming all the way from Mali and then go into the other side of Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and the rest of the ECOWAS countries.
Conceived in the 1970s, the construction of the bridge only began in 2015, following the good relations between the Gambian and Senegalese governments. Its 942 meters of concrete helped connect Dakar to Ziguinchor in just 5 hours, compared to a full day previously. $93.68 million were needed, financed almost entirely by the African Development Bank.
Since the bridge was constructed, It has increased the volumes of truckers. I think 80% of the truckers do come from Senegal. I do have that ambition to become a transport owner, go into other places because of the bridge has changed so many lives here. More shops, more trucks, more vehicles, and a lot of buildings that are constructed.
With the bridge, road traffic experiences significant growth. Consequently, the entire economic activity of the region is impacted. The strategic city of Farafenni is a perfect example.
I'm operating in a bookshop. I'm selling exercise books, textbooks, also printing and scanning. My shop is along the highway going to the bridge. Before the construction of the road and the bridge, 20 or 30 vehicles was crossing at a time. Now almost hundreds or more than that is crossing now. So this has created more customers for the business. I'm also able to create employment for other people who are jobless. So many people benefit from the road. Taxis and the passenger vehicles are getting a lot. It has provided more chance for the drivers to earn more passengers. So this is why it is very groovy in the morning, as you can see. Sometimes you can see these Guineans also, Guinea-Bissau, Conakry, they are all using this highway. It's an international road.
Driving motivation behind government was ease of transportation, and then economic-wise, it's going to benefit Gambia because since the bridge is built, the traffic here has increased, and then the revenue collected from here has also increased.
With this boost in the vitality of the Gambia and its neighboring countries, many economic and social sectors can now prosper.
I am proud that I was part of this development. Tomorrow I can look at it and be like, oh yes, I was part of this.
Audio Jungle.
After graduating, I got a contract job, but along the contract, I got expectant. So I knew after exiting, there was no way I was going back to work. I needed a soft landing, so I thought of the easiest way of not getting a financial gap. So I thought of chicken farming. I approached a bank where I got my loan. I started small with 100 chicken. I repaid all the loan, so they doubled the amount they gave me to 200,000. Then I doubled the chicken on and on until where I am today.
Walking in shortly. So please, let's take our seats as we would like to get to the next part of this program. I also kindly request that we cooperate with our security and protocol officers to ensure that we find our seats as quickly as we can and take our seats. As the program indicates, we would like to start at exactly 10 minutes to 9, which is just about 10 minutes from now. So we need to settle down very, very quickly. Kindly. For the governors who are in the room already, there is an opportunity for a family photo, which is going to be taken to my left, which is your right. Can. For any special guests or governors in the house, the family photo is being taken on the podium to my left. So if you're seated in the auditorium, please let's proceed. For governors only and special guests, I believe they're aware, they have been informed, so we'll proceed to the podium on the left so that we may get ourselves ready for the family photo before we are joined by the heads of state. Let's also have a bit of control from the media fraternity kindly. The photographers, please, let's have some form of order so that we'll be able to arrange the guests accordingly, also for a better picture opportunity. Those of us not participating in the photo, please let's find our seats and take our seats. Protocol and security, kindly help out and let's cooperate with them so that we may settle down at the shortest time possible. the President Escort Unit Band. They're giving us some background music. But just quick announcements of settling down. Please, let's settle down. I still see a lot of movement in the room, and we're going to be having the heads of state walking in very shortly. So I'm kindly requesting the protocol and security officers to help us settle the room down. Currently, on my left is the family photo for the governors and the special guests, which is taking place. We'll have the heads of state join in shortly in that photograph before we proceed with the rest of the program. But for the room, we need to be settled. Those of us who are still standing, I still see the door open and lots of people coming in. Kindly security assist so that we restrict the movement from now moving forward. And anybody who is standing needs to find their seat and take their seat. Kindly. As we continue to get some short entertainment from the President Escort Band, please, the Presidential Escort Band, please let's settle down as we do that. Shortly we'll be having the heads of state joining us for the family photo, and we would need to be settled by that time. In the next 2 minutes they should be coming down, so please let's settle down. For now, the Presidential Escort Band.
Iko na kabati. Umenyonga kabisa sasa. Ona mata. Mata sasa hapa inapotea. Yani alete kwa. Ailete hapa iko. Yeah, just
So currently what we have is a family photo going on for the governors and special guests. They will soon be joined by the heads of states who are present before we proceed with the rest of the program. But I kindly request that we settle down. I still see a lot of movement, lots of people walking around, particularly in the midsection. Please let's settle down and take our seats. We really need to settle down and take our seats, as we will be having the heads of state coming very, very shortly.
Asante.
Thank you. That's the Presidential Escort Unit Band. Why don't we give them a clap, a warm clap for giving us some wonderful music this morning. As I kindly request that we settle down, we do have the heads of state now on their way coming down. So please, let's settle down. A quick reminder also, if you have your cell phone on, please put it on silent. Kindly, let's have it on silent to avoid any interruption. We'll soon be having the heads of state walking in. And let us all rise. Currently, it's the family photo, which includes the heads of state, taking place. When that has been taken, we'll request that the governors and the special guests exit through their left and leave the heads of state for a family photo of the heads of states who are present. So currently, we have the family photo, which includes the governors and the special guests, inclusive of the heads of state. Once that photo is done at the indication of the chief photographer, we shall then request that the special guests, together with the governors, exit to the left as they proceed to their seat, so that we'll have one more photo of the heads of state who are present. So just waiting for an indication. Kindly, let's have the governors and the special guests exit. If we can kindly guide them to exit through the left and leave the heads of state for a family photo of the heads of state. So governors and special guests, kindly exit through the left, and we leave the heads of state for a family photo. So currently, we have the special guests and the governors exiting the photo booth, if we may call it that, and we'll have the heads of state left to take a photo, a family photo of the heads of state who are present. Your Excellencies, thank you for gracing the occasion. We are indeed honored to have you in the room. And once we have the heads of state ready, we'll count down for the photo so that they'll all be set and ready. But I'm currently waiting for the stage to be clear and an indication from the photographers that we are ready for the family photo for the presidents, their excellencies, your excellencies. Then from there, we'll proceed with the rest of the program. In terms of how we are going to start the program, once we've taken our positions, we'll have two anthems that are going to be played. We'll have the Kenyan national anthem, followed by the African Union anthem before we proceed with the rest of the program. For now, we have the photo for the heads of state taking place. And we'll count down in 3, 2, 1, smile. Wonderful smiles there from the presidents. Thank you, Your Excellencies. And with that, we'll kindly request that photographers clear, that we may have the heads of state take their positions as guided and ushered by the Chief of Protocol. And I'll request that we all be upstanding kindly. As mentioned, followed by the African Union anthem. So I'll kindly request that we remain standing. Let's please clear the front. Let's please clear the front. Photographers, we love your work, but we kindly request that you clear the front completely so that we may proceed with the anthems. Kindly, let's clear the front. Kindly, I request that we clear the front completely so that we may proceed with the anthems. Former President, His Excellency Chisano, kindly your seat is right here in front, if you may progress to come this way. And for now, with all of us standing, we'll start with the Kenyan National Anthem, followed by the African Union anthem, the Kenyan anthem. Let us kindly take our seats. It is now my honor to invite the Secretary General of the Africa Development Bank, Professor Vincent Nemele, to give the necessary protocols and also guide the program. Why don't we put our hands together as we welcome Professor Vincent Nemele to take over the program. Welcome, sir.
His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, who will be with us very shortly. His Excellency Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. His Excellency Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Republic of Somalia. His Excellency Mr. Prosper Bazombanza, Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, representing His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Kungongelwa Amadila, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Mr. Ali Lamin Zain, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger. His Excellency Mr. Alexandre Barrow Chambrier, Vice Prime Minister of the Republic of Gabon. Honorable Suarez Sambu, Minister of Economy, Planning and Integration of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, representing His Excellency Mr. Umaru Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Mr. Mateus Magala, Minister for Transport and Communication of the Republic of Mozambique, representing His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique. His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Mr. Joaquim Alberto Chissano, former President of the Republic of Mozambique. His Excellency Mr. Jakaya Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning, and AFDB Governor and Chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group. Dr. Akinwumi A. Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Honorable Governors of the African Development Bank Group, alternate governors of the African Development Bank Group, senior officials of the Republic of Kenya, heads of regional communities and financial institutions, members of the diplomatic corps, executive directors of the African Development Bank Group, senior managements and staff of the African Development Bank Group, media houses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vincent Mehile, Secretary General of the African Development Bank Group. I will be facilitating this opening ceremony. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 annual meetings of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group. Also, the annual meeting of the African Development Bank, African Development Fund in this beautiful city of Nairobi, also fondly known as the Green City in the Sun. The annual meetings this year are significant in that they flag off the commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. On this auspicious occasion of the annual meetings, as our shareholders meet once again to take stock of the bank group's activities and performance and to make decisions, I would like to express our profound gratitude to you all for kindly and favorably responding to our invitation. There is a lot in store for everyone during this week, as you will notice from the lineup of knowledge events, numerous side events, social and hospitality events. Before we delve into the heart of the event, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to convey our deepest, and I mean deepest and sincere appreciation to the Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, AFDB Governor and Chairperson of the Boards of Governors, for his sterling work and dedication during his tenure at the helm of affairs of the bank's highest decision-making body, and for ensuring that Kenya, as host, held nothing back in ensuring that we had very successful annual meetings. Please join me to thank him. Honorable Governor, we thank you and appreciate your relentless efforts and great support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's annual meeting is Africa's Transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture. It is therefore our hope that the deliberations today will provide answers to the difficult questions embedded in the theme. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without much further ado, I'd like to present the program of the opening ceremony. We will have a welcome statement by the chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group, Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu. After that, we will have an opening video for the annual meetings. And that will be followed by the keynote speech of the President of the African Development Bank, President Akinwumi A. Adesina. After that, we will have a statement by His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. And then we will play the video by the host country and then crown it all up by the opening address of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and honor to call upon the Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning, AFDB Governor for Kenya, and the Chairperson of the Boards of Governors of the African Development Bank Group, to deliver his welcome statement. Mr. Chairman.
Your Excellencies, fellow governors, Commissioner of the African Union Commission, honorable ministers and governors of the African Development Bank Group, heads of international, bilateral, and regional financial institutions, distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of the Kenya government and Chair of the African Development Bank Boards of Governors, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome you all to Nairobi for the 59th annual meetings of the African Development Bank Group. These meetings are being held closely after the recent meetings of the World Bank's IDA 21 Replenishment Summit that the government of Kenya was privileged to host, and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, is a champion. I'm therefore delighted to welcome you back here at home in Nairobi. First, I want to begin by expressing our deepest appreciation for the warm and cordial relationship that exists between the African continent and our premier development bank, the African Development Bank. The African Development Bank mandate remains relevant and important to the African continent as it supports a wide range of development activities that have supported in many ways the process towards economic vibrancy, economic growth, job creation, improved incomes, and better living conditions for the Africans and the African economies. We wish to reassure the bank of our continued commitment to this fruitful partnership and collaboration. Allow me also to convey my appreciation to the bank group for delivering a very relevant theme for this year's annual meetings, which is Africa's transformation, African Development Bank Group, and reform of the global financial architecture. This resonates quite well with the current global agenda and discourse on the need to reform the global financial architecture to be responsive to the dynamic needs of our continent. I'm glad that the annual meetings includes high-level plenary session for the launch of the bank's flagship publication, the 2024 African Economic Outlook, a presidential dialogue and thematic knowledge events on the theme. And this provides us with a unique opportunity to address Africa's challenges and opportunities at the highest decision-making levels. Consistent with the theme of the annual meetings, the focus of the knowledge event aims to fast-track structural transformation in Africa. This is a panacea to faster socioeconomic transformation, in addition to addressing the importance of reconfiguring global financial architecture as an engine for structural transformation. It is comforting to note that the bank's group's contribution towards Africa's socioeconomic transformation in 60 years of existence especially on infrastructure, has been such monumental with a significant and important mark in spite of the limited level of resources when compared to other global multilateral development institutions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we reaffirm our strong support to the African Development Bank, I urge colleague governors to deepen their discussions around the increase of the general callable capital. This will protect the bank's AAA rating on a sustainable basis against recurrent external shocks, including downgrade of its AAA-rated shareholders. This will enable the bank to maintain its rating trajectory and preserve its position as a strategic lender and the premier development finance institutions in Africa. But above all, reform that is consistent with the theme of the 2024 annual meetings. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of the global and even regional challenges, we have opportunities to reboot our policy framework and efforts to develop a more competitive and integrated economies in Africa that will attract greater investment. I therefore urge all of us to seize the opportunities provided during the annual meetings to bring forward practical policy discussions for collective efforts in terms of mutual dialogue, stronger partnership, effective joint coordination for the realization of the African Economic Development Agenda. With these remarks, I wish all of you fruitful discussions and present stay in Nairobi, Kenya, which has many rich offerings outside your formal sessions that I would like to invite you to sample. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
With those welcoming words of our chairperson, I'd like to introduce the 2020 annual meeting opening video. Please cue the video.
With all the minerals we have, oil, gas, metals, forest resources, carbon resources, and everything that we have, it's indefensible that Africa is poor. And I think that the wealth of Africa has been undervalued in many, many ways.
Africa has the potential to drive global emissions down and grow sustainably as the world transitions towards renewable energy. Africa hosts the world's largest green energy sources, including solar, wind, hydropower, and geothermal. But Africa loses $7 to $15 billion a year from adverse climate conditions. The continent only accounts for 3% of global emissions, but receives about 3% of global climate financing. Africa receives only 0.5% of global development aid to fight against poverty, and African countries pay up to 5 times more in financing than most developed countries. Simply put, the cost of debt is drying up Africa's economic growth. Is it fair? To achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the African Development Bank's High Five priorities, the global financial architecture needs to be reformed. If we choose transformative, new and right actions, if the global community starts accounting for the natural untapped capital owned by a country as a share of its GDP, African countries in particular would be able to access more affordable financing and better credit ratings. If the world simplifies global climate finance systems, it would increase access to global climate aid for the African countries that need it the most. If domestic resources are not used to pay the cost of debt, Africa could accelerate industrialization and develop green energies as industries. To do so, multilateral development banks have a critical role to play.
the African Development Bank initiative to rechannel SDRs to multilateral development banks could multiply their impact by 5.
We are now working with my brother of the African Development Bank to make it possible for regional development banks to use SDRs as hybrid capital.
Maybe we might consider even changing the name of that SDR to supporting development revitalization. It's a different way of SDR, but it works also for us.
The forthcoming 17th replenishment of the ADF should be doubled to 25 billion per replenishment cycle, thereby facilitating greater levels of concessional financing to its 37 low-income member countries.
And when we say we want to deconstruct the risk that makes the lending to the Global South prohibitively expensive as compared to lending in the Global North, then I think we know what we mean.
We are not talking about charity. Ultimately, the reforms to the international financial institutions will benefit all of us.
We need to turn ifs into realities for the multilateral development banks to finance even more transformative, innovative, and sustainable projects. It is to the African Development Bank Group's credit that it has tangibly supported more than 5,400 projects in 60 years and in the process improved the lives of millions of people.
Je suis très heureux parce que je sais que mes amis, mes descendants, mes enfants, tout le monde va passer sur ce pont. Et ça rallie tout Abidjan. La Y4 est ouverte, le tunnel d'Abobo est ouvert, le canal est ouvert.
On va aussi au tsunami. On sort un panneau soleil. Et on sort one. Ici à Ehonos, Yemikuna, Emilena.
I'm very happy because this time I'm receiving a lot of customers from both two countries, Malawi and Zambia. It's because of the new one border stop which has come and making people easy to move.
Kwa hivyo nilipojiunga huku CRDB, malkia account nikachukua mkopo, kwa hiyo nikaongezea kwenye mtaji. Ilikuwa nilianza kidogo kidogo, sikuwa nilianza kukopa kidogo, nikimaliza naongeza. Kwa hiyo biashara ikawa kubwa.
Le projet d'alimentation de la ville de Zagora, d'Agdez et de toutes les communes avoisinantes à partir du barrage d'Agdez a été parmi les grands projets structurants. Donc nous sommes fiers de sa réalisation. Il va permettre de sécuriser l'approvisionnement pour une population de 300 000 habitants.
These first 60 years of successful, transformative and impactful investments by the African Development Bank are only a beginning. Now is the time to leverage the successes and lessons of the past. Now is the time to our vision. And now is the time for even greater ambition to bring about the transformative change Africa needs. Together, we can make it happen. So, welcome to the 2024 African Development Bank Group's annual meetings as we celebrate 60 years of collective, transformative and visionary development leadership and transformative solutions as we lock hands together to create a better future for all Africans.
Avec votre soutien, le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement continuera à susciter l'espoir, à innover, à diriger et à utiliser sa position de première institution financière d'Afrique pour accélérer le développement de l'Afrique.
Isn't that wonderful? May I welcome His Excellency President Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda, who has just arrived. Welcome, Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming. They have given him so many names. Some call him the evangelist in chief, and others call him the optimist in chief. The president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi A. Adesina, who apparently is the AAA president of a AAA bank. Welcome, Mr. President.
Thank you, Secretary General. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, and our host. And I was thinking about how to really get your try to rights this morning. Congratulations on your trip to the United States, which was a wonderful state visit you had, but you came back with a new title. And it was called, by President Biden, the major non-NATO ally. So you're going to start putting that behind your name, Mr. President. Thank you for welcoming us to Kenya. Your Excellency, Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Your Excellency, Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Mohamed Yunus Al-Menfi, President of the Presidency Council of the Government of the National Unity of the State of Libya. Your Excellency, Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Your Excellency, Musa Faki, my dear brother, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, Prosper Bozum Mbaza, Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, representing His Excellency President Evariste Ndayishimiye. Your Excellency, Sarah Kungogelwa Amandila, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, representing His Excellency President Nangolo Umumba. Your Excellency, Ali Lamin Zen, Prime Minister of the Republic of Niger and a former staff of the African Development Bank. Your Excellency, Alexandre Baro-Chambrier, Vice Prime Minister of the Republic of Gabon. Your Excellencies, representing heads of state and government. Your Excellency, Joachim Chissano, former President of the Republic of Mozambique. Professor Njuguna Ndungu, Cabinet Secretary of the Treasury of Kenya and Chairman of the Board of Governors of the African Development Bank Group. Your Excellency, I have two friends here because you asked us to work together globally. I'm delighted to be joined here by two of my colleagues that are presidents of multilateral development banks. Your Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman Al-Jazar, President and Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group, and His Excellency Jean Lukun, President of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Banks. I'm joined by all my colleagues from African financial institutions and our partners, honorable heads of national institutions of the Republic of Kenya, my dear honorable governors of the African Development Bank Group, cabinet secretaries, excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions, my executive directors, my senior management and staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, my beautiful darling wife, Grace, my #1 supporter, counselor, and friend. Thank you. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2024 annual meetings of the African Development Bank Group. These annual meetings take on a special nature this year because it marks the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the African Development Bank Group. We are delighted that you all are able to join us on this auspicious occasion. I wish to thank His Excellency President William Ruto for accepting to host these annual meetings in this beautiful country of Kenya and the Sunshine City of Nairobi. I wish to thank you all, our heads of state and government, for making time to join us for this special occasion. We are truly delighted that all our shareholders are here, represented by our dear governors from all of our shareholder countries. Your collective support advocacy, and financial commitments to the African Development Bank Group make us who we are and afford us the opportunity to serve as Africa's premier financial institution. We are inspired by the vision of our founding fathers and mindful of our position and the role within the global financial architecture, as well as the responsibility placed on us by the African Union to mobilize financing for Africa's development. We carry the hopes and the aspirations of Africa in our institutional genes and in our corporate soul. As we gather today, we do so against the backdrop of major global challenges, including heightened geopolitical tensions, the disruption of global value chains, rising food and energy prices, increasing debt service payments, and, of course, climate change. The devastating effects of climate change are everywhere, from droughts to floods, from cyclones to unpredictable weather patterns, the loss of lives and property, and enormous fiscal costs to countries. May I please kindly request that we all stand to observe a moment of silence in honor of those who lost their lives during the recent floods in Kenya and all other countries who have been devastated by the effects of the climate change they did not cause or even know about. Your Excellencies, please. Thank you very much. May their souls rest in peace. Even as we remember them, we must be resolute about taking decisive action to build more climate-resilient economies. That's why I applaud President Ruto for hosting the landmark Africa Climate Summit right here in Kenya, where we collectively agreed to put Africa at the heart of global climate change efforts, especially climate adaptation. Your Excellencies, African economies are showing great resilience despite the challenges posed by climate change, geopolitical tensions, global inflation, and rising debt, among others. The African Development Bank projects that Africa's real GDP growth will rise from 3.1% in 2023 to 3.7% in 2024 and 4.3% in 2025. Importantly, despite these headwinds, more than half, and that is 31 countries, achieved higher real GDP growth rates in 2023 than in 2022. And most importantly, 10 African countries are among the 20 fastest growing economies in the world. I think we've done well against the headwinds. I think we deserve a clap for Africa. The African Development Bank Group strongly supports African economies. In 2023, our financing totaled $10 billion across all of our high-five priorities to light up and power Africa, to feed Africa, to industrialize Africa, to integrate Africa, and to improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. These high fives, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, are the accelerators of Africa's development. The bottom line is that the African Development Bank delivers. Since we launched these high fives in 2016, our financing has impacted the lives of over 400 million people. Last year, our work has significant impacts across the continent, with 11 million farmers provided with access to improved agricultural technologies, 8 million people provided with access to new sanitation services, 3.5 million people with access to improved transport, 2.8 million people provided with better health services, 1 million people provided with access to clean water, and over 443,000 enterprises provided with access to finance. The African Development Bank is highly responsive. When the Russian war in Ukraine erupted, it posed tremendous food security risks to Africa. To forestall a crisis, the bank launched a $1.5 billion emergency food production facility to rapidly support African countries in their ambition to reduce food dependency over a 2-year period. As of April 2024, we have approved loans and grants of $1.496, to be precise, billion for this emergency food production in 35 countries. We also got help and support from our shareholders. $323 million of additional support from the government of Japan, the government of the United States, Norway, Germany, and the Netherlands. We have therefore fully committed $1.8 billion to 35 countries. I am pleased to report, Your Excellencies, dear governors, that we have reached 10.5 million farmers and supported the production of 26 million metric tons of food, valued at $10.79 billion, or 90% of our target market value, and we still have about 2 seasons to go. Your Excellencies, dear governors, the African Development Bank is a strategic partner of choice, trusted by countries. Right here in Kenya, when I came to see His Excellency President Ruto, he talked about our support making a huge difference at the State House. As he mentioned to me, President Ruto mentioned to me that when I visited, he says, thanks to the African Development Bank, we increased the number of households in Kenya that have access to connectivity to electricity from 2.5 million to 10 million by 2023. Thank you for that testimony, Your Excellency, Mr. President. On one of my trips to a village where the bank supported last-mile connectivity for low-income households, a lady whose name was Grace, and that's not Grace, my wife, because she's also Grace, told us about the impact of our work. When asked if she knows Dr. Adeshina as I was walking in front of her, she said no. When asked if she was aware that the African Development Bank, as President Ruto was saying, financed the project, she said no. All I know is we once were in darkness, now we have light. Our impact is felt where it matters most, in the lives of the people we serve day and night. The African Development Bank has consistently invested in infrastructure. In the past 9 years, we have invested over $50 billion in infrastructure projects on the continent, by far the largest investment of any multilateral development bank or institution. And the impacts are visible. We are raising $3.2 billion for the East Africa Standard Gauge Railway connecting Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Burundi. We are providing $500 million towards the development of the Lobito Corridor to link Zambia, Angola, and the DRC. We are mobilizing $375 million for financing the railway linking Nigeria to Niger Republic. We are mobilizing $3.5 billion to $5 billion towards the development of the Liberty Corridor that will link Liberia and Guinea. We have worked with our partners under the Africa Investment Forum to mobilize $15.6 billion of investment commitment towards the development of the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. Together with Africa 50, whose board I share, and it's a great institution, we are mobilizing $630 million for the construction of the road and rail to link the Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo. We are financing the Guassib-Nado Highway in Morocco and the 1,000-kilometer highway linking Addis Ababa to Nairobi and Mombasa, which has expanded trade flows between Ethiopia and Kenya by 400%. That's who we are, a solutions and impact-driven bank. The African Development Bank, your bank, is in very strong financial shape. We have maintained our AAA rating the only AAA-rated financial institution in Africa by all global credit rating agencies. The bank posted strong financial records for the year 2023. First, income from loans and treasury investments increased from $775 million in 2022 to $1.73 billion in 2023, an increase of 123%. Second, the net income before distributions at $545 million is the largest ever in the history of the African Development Bank. Third, the amount that we allocate to reserve to build our liquidity buffers, $335 million, is also the highest ever in the history of the bank. I wish to thank the executive directors of the bank and their advisors, as well as my senior management and staff at the bank for their hard work and efforts, and please join me in thanking them. Yet, as we make these efforts, we recognize that a lot more financing is needed to accelerate Africa's growth and development. The calls for reforms of the global financial architecture is necessary to mobilize even more financial resources to achieve Africa's sustainable development goals. The G20 Capital Adequacy Framework called for multilateral development banks to optimize their balance sheets, to raise more financing to support countries. The African Development Bank, Your Excellencies, our dear governors, ladies and gentlemen, heeded that call. We have been at the forefront of several financial innovations to achieve this. Last month, the African Development Bank issued a hybrid capital on the global capital market, the first ever by a multilateral development bank, creating a new global asset class for investors. These $750 million hybrid capital will be leveraged 3 to 4 times to expand the bank's lending capacity. I am delighted that 2 weeks ago, the Executive Board of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, approved the use of the special drawing rights, SDRs, as hybrid capital, which is based on the proposal developed by the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. If the approved limit of $20 billion of the SDRs is channeled to multilateral development banks like us, we can leverage these to deliver at least $80 billion of new financial support. I would like to use this time to thank you, our heads of states and government, for the advocacy that you have maintained on this particular issue at every single step, and also for the chairman of the African Union Commission, my dear brother Moussa Faki, for all of the advocacy that you have also maintained, and for all of our governors for supporting us in this particular area. We are very grateful. Thank you very, very much. Now, I wish to ask for the support of all of our shareholders to make this a reality. Your Excellencies, dear governors, ladies and gentlemen, to tackle climate change, the African Development Bank is well on its way to reaching our goal of mobilizing $25 billion in climate finance. Last year, we devoted 45% of our total lending to climate finance. Our climate action window, under 16th replenishment of the African Development Fund, with support from the governments of the United Kingdom, Netherlands, Germany, and Switzerland, opened its first call for proposals. The response was amazing. It received over 2,000 proposals, and the 359 shortlisted application requests were close to $4 billion. The bank, your bank, is building strong and effective global partnerships to deliver more for Africa. Through the support of the G7, we are accelerating women's access to finance through what we call the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa, or AFAWA, in partnership with the Africa Guarantee Fund, which is now working with 169 financial institutions in 43 countries. And I would like to say that Africa will go faster when we make sure that it flies with two wings. No bird flies with one wing. When we support our women, they actually run most of our economies. I think Africa will go faster, more inclusively. AFAWA, Your Excellencies, their governance is the first ever gender-focused collateralized significant risk transfer with counter guarantees provided by the governments of Netherlands and France in support of scaling up finance for women. So far, AFAWA has approved $1.7 billion and financed over 18,300 women-owned businesses. And by the end of this year, AFAWA will have reached $2 billion in support of 30,000 women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises. Your Excellencies, their governance to support youth entrepreneurship in Africa and to create youth-based wealth, the bank has established youth entrepreneurship investment banks in partnership with the French development agency, Agence Française de Développement, and other partners with support from the bank's multi-donor Youth Entrepreneurship Trust Fund. Ever since our board approved the first two Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks in Liberia with $16 million of funding, and Ethiopia recently with $12 million of funding, several countries, including Nigeria, Rwanda, Cote d'Ivoire, Tunisia, Togo, Egypt, South Africa, Zambia, Botswana, DRC, are working on submissions of their request. Your Excellencies, the bank is working with several partners to ramp up support for digital and creative sectors to create more jobs. Together with Islamic Development Bank, and my brother Al-Jassar is here, and the Agence Française de Développement, we financed $618 million IDICE program called Initiative for the Development of Digital and Creative Enterprises in Nigeria that will create 6 million jobs and add $6.4 billion to the economy. The African Development Bank, Africa 50, and the African Union established what's called the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, or AGIA, which will mobilize $10 billion for green infrastructure in Africa and speed up Africa's green transitions. I am delighted that at the G7 Ministerial Conference in Italy just a few days ago, they gave global endorsement for AGIA. Together with the Islamic Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the OPEC Fund, the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, the Africa Export and Import Bank, and the West African Development Bank, we are establishing what's called special agro-industrial processing zones in 11 African countries, including a $3 billion facility by the African Development Bank, Afri-Exim Bank, and the ARISE platform. Your Excellencies, they ask us to work together as multilateral development banks, and we are doing that. At the spring meetings of the World Bank Group, President Ajay Banga and I launched a joint bold effort to connect 300 million people in Africa to electricity by 2030. We will host this year, together with Your Excellencies, an Africa Energy Summit later this year. I must say, this marks the first time for our institution. So not only are we reforming, but we are also changing how we work together as a system to deliver greater impacts at scale. That's because together we can and we will achieve more. Your Excellencies, for generations, women in Africa have borne the brunt of risks and hardships associated with cooking. Nothing could be more important than ensuring 1.2 billion people, majority of whom are women across Africa, have access to clean cooking solutions. I didn't start using glasses because I went to university and got smart. I started using glasses because as a kid, I was blowing charcoal into the cooking stoves of my mother. And when she bought a cooker for which we can turn on the gas, it was blue, I had to invite my friends to come and see it. In fact, I was turning it on because of the smell, because it was so different. from the kind of smell that I used to have. So when we are talking about energy transitions, that is the kind of transition some of us have gone through. And therefore, I believe no woman and no child should ever have to die from the risk associated with smoke inhalation and other hazards, because today we lose 300,000 women for trying to cook a decent meal. Another 300,000 of their kids dying for trying to cook a decent meal. Enough is enough. It's not just about lighting a stove, it's about life itself. It is about dignity for women, and it's about protecting the environment from massive deforestation and a reliance on biofuel, biomass, firewood, and charcoal. And that's why I was honored and privileged to co-chair the Clean Cooking in Africa Summit with Her Excellency Suluhu Hassan, Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the Republic of Tanzania, who did a marvelous job, His Excellency Jonas Thor, the Prime Minister of Norway, and Dr. Birol, the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. The African Development Bank led the way by committing to provide $2 billion towards clean cooking solutions for women over the next 10 years. I am delighted that the summit in Paris raised an additional $2.1 billion in commitments, bringing the total commitments to clean cooking to $4.1 billion, a historic achievement and a testament to the power of partnerships. Thank you very much. I thank you, all our shareholders across all 81 member countries, for providing us the support and the resources we need to serve Africa better. With your continued support, we will drive a bolder, bigger, and better agenda for Africa. I thank you, our partners, for joining your hands with ours as we deliver more together for Africa and as we have done for the last 60 years. I thank you, our dear heads of states, your excellencies, heads of state and government, as you lead and as you show passion and commitment to the African Development Bank Group, to our continent, and for your generosity towards our efforts with you in your countries. I thank you, our boards of directors, for always mobilizing support for us in your countries and for relentless efforts you make to back our innovations and initiatives. I thank you, our boards of directors, for your strong oversight and support. And I thank you, my staff and colleagues, for being the best staff one could ever hope for. When I was recently interviewed, I was asked, what will I miss the most at the end of my 10-year term next year? I didn't have to think far. I said, my staff. So I'd like my staff to please stand, all my staff to stand. Guys, you're the best. Thank you for all that you do every single day. Please sit down. Together, let's all drive Africa's development forward, relentlessly, innovatively, and in more impactful ways. I remember when you elected me in 2015, I said at the time that this is not a job. This is a mission. After all, nothing could be more important than somebody being given the responsibility and the resources to go and change the place of our birth. So let's continue to make a difference, and let's continue to make Africa proud. Thank you all. God bless you all. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands once more together for the President of the African Development Bank. I'm sure by now you will agree with me with how I started by saying an evangelist. Now I can add the passionate evangelist for Africa's development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to call upon His Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to deliver his statement.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegations, Excellencies, former Head of State, Honorable Ministers, Dr. Hakim Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, distinguished representatives of African multilateral financial institutions, distinguished representatives of the diplomatic corps and development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is with real pleasure that I address this August Assembly gathered here for the annual meetings of the African Development Bank. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to President William Ruto, the government and the people of Kenya for the brotherly and warm welcome accorded to me in this beautiful and the large city of Nairobi, which has warmly accustomed me to it every time I return. Indeed, Nairobi has forged a formidable reputation as a premier hosting place for conferences at which key issues concerning the future of our continent are discussed. The African Union is grateful to you. I also wish to express my thanks to the President of the African Development Bank, my brother and friend, Dr. Hakim Adesina, whose passionate commitment to Africa's development, present and the future, has never wavered. Mr. President, thank you for your invitation to the African Union to this important meeting. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, cette rencontre se tient dans un contexte marqué par un enchevêtrement de crises géopolitiques et économiques, aggravé par ailleurs par les effets de la pandémie de la COVID-19, dont la rémanence est loin d'avoir encouragé la stabilité sociale et politique de nos États membres, en dépit d'une résilience africaine à la catastrophe
in spite
mondiale.
of the resilience of our member states to this disaster. To cope with this situation, our member states have been caught in this cycle of debt which has maintained them under the yoke of the creditors despite all the promises for alleviating this burden. This recourse, sometimes which is excessive recourse to debt, is explained by a number of endogenous factors, but it also can be laid at the doors of external factors which obviously does not facilitate the development and the alleviation of debt, and also with the promises of green financing and the challenges faced by our member states. As stated clearly in the Addis Ababa Declaration, that is the financing of development in 2015, which has been relayed by other similar meetings like the one in Paris in 2021. The limits of this model have been established on the basis of objective factors, and I obviously do not want to hash these But I would limit myself to my brief remarks to one or two of them. In Africa, the contributions of external financing in the development of Africa have been below the expectations, translating in fact an injustice, another injustice to Africa. This injustice wears many faces. Although not responsible for the climate change, Africa has suffered the consequences because of the lack of financial solidarity, which have been the promises made at the various, despite the various conferences that have been held. In fact, the situation which is beyond the control of Africa and also has been affected by the financial crisis. The disparity in the reform, what is the shock of the COVID-19, what is to increase liquidity through the establishment of the special drawing rights. Africa has not benefited significantly, and it has only received a bare minimum of 5.1% for 1.4 billion inhabitants, while the search for the means to contain Africa and which is to operate within this international financial architecture today. There is consensus among the African experts, and even beyond. It is high time to, in fact, call into question the identification of the various problems that are faced by the development of Africa. This meeting is being held at the opportune time because the innovative tone of the meeting, in fact, which calls into question the international financial architecture, and this points to a new reflection that through its deep movement, the various problems that are at stake for the development of the continent. In this movement, the central role of the African Development Bank is known to everybody. It is an opportunity for the bank to take stock of its achievements over the past years in order to ensure a viable path in which the development of Africa can follow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is more than urgent that we work for a thorough reform of the international financial architecture in order to adopt relevant and appropriate solutions to deal with the excessive and excruciating debt, climate change, the various attacks, and also the multilateral banks in order to defend the interests of Africa in this area. It is logical that all the African financial institutions present here and those which are absent to support the African Union in its movement that is to ensure a change, a reversal of the economic situation in the world. I welcome the accession of the African Union to be a permanent member of the G20. It is a decisive turning point, and it is a new hope for Africa, but it is to be involved in the process of the reform of the economic and financial governance of the world. It is an appropriate forum for our institutions and our countries to initiate together the process of formulating and working out the African common position on strategic issues, which is at the heart of the world financial institutions. I'm thinking of the thorny issue of the reform of the Bretton Woods institutions, the management of debt, the financing of climate change, and the international tax system. When you look at, in the light of the ongoing development and also the preparation of the UN Convention, framework for a convention, to prepare a response to this international financial architecture, we have to carry out immediately our own financial and economic reforms with the establishment of African financial institutions, which have been established more than 20 years ago. I think it has been delayed for too long. The African Central Bank, the African Investment Bank, the African Monetary Fund, as well as the African Stock Exchange. It is now that we have to adopt concrete plans and have to bring them back on track. I call for an ambitious replenishment of the resources of the African Development Fund. It is an instrument which is used for concessional loans that are, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past years, the achievements and the results produced by the African Development have shown the will of the bank to support Africa to respond to the various problems. It is through its 5 priorities, the high 5, that has put the structural transformation of the economies on the rail, and to improve access to electricity, to food, and to socio-economic infrastructure, which are very essential. So many factors for the consolidation of our economies. By improving the conditions that are conducive to innovation, particularly in the key areas, and industries and services, in order to facilitate the access of economies, national economies, to the value chains in the world. They have to play a major role in the facilitation of trade facilitation and also the intra-regional and global integration. In the wake of all this, I encourage the bank to increase its support to the various projects of Africa, industrialization of the continent, in order to reduce the vulnerability to the external shocks and also to increase investments in the key areas like health, education, innovation, energy, agriculture, food security, and sustainable infrastructure, which are the guarantees for its social and sustainable development. For its part, the African Union has resolutely decided to cooperate with ADB. This cooperation will only materialize and take a concrete form through a continental strategic framework in order to support the member states in the implementation, the concrete implementation geared towards the improvement in the coming years. The Commission has also given its full support to the joint initiative of the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, that is to have a hybrid capital with the mobilization of the SDRs. This mobilization, which is equivalent to a complementary financing source, will ensure the independence for the financing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the light of such a record, which is anchored in a prospective vision, it cannot be remiss on me on behalf of the African Union and my own behalf to congratulate deservedly to my brother, Dr. Adesina. Maybe he can even do better. I have the conviction that the bank will, afterwards and later on, the archives will speak of his actions and activities and achievements. So with this thought for the future generations, I wish you full and fruitful deliberations and success in your meeting, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the chairperson of the African Union Commission for his address. We are very close to the moment where we will hear from the chief host of the annual meetings. But before then, may we please play the video from the host country.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Sitting comfortably in a small corner of the eastern side of the African continent, Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. With a growing and youthful, creative and innovative population of about 54 million people, Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class and an increasing appetite for high-level goods and services. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. As an influential member of various trade blocs including East African Community EAC, COMESA and Africa Continental Free Trade Area, Kenya as a channel in providing seamless access to almost 560 million people across the region and potentially millions more through further integration into bigger economic communities across the continent and the world. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products, and continue to leave millions of international consumers in awe of the treasures of her fertile soil. Within Kenya's highly diversified economy lies countless opportunities for locals and international investment. There are brand new construction projects popping up all over the country, including city highways like Nairobi Expressway, expansion of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and the Standard Gauge Railway, among others. This exponential infrastructure development, coupled with political and economic stability locally and regionally, highlight enormous growth potential for several sectors including mining, agriculture, manufacturing, energy and the blue economy. Kenya has come a long way in its journey to become Africa's Silicon Savannah, from being just another outpost for multiple multinational companies to spawning revolutionary apps, softwares, and digital innovations that are the envy of even the most advanced economies in the world. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions are dotted all over the country on pristine beaches, wild plains, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. So, as Africa and the world head into an uncertain yet promising future, Kenya continues to rise and sets the pace as a pioneer across the board with big, bold, and brave steps. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
I'm sure that you will agree with me there's a need for one more applause for Kenya. Who knew many, many years ago when Senior Obama was going to the United States that there will be a Barack Hussein Obama emanating from Kenya but produced in the United States to be the President of the United States. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may you please rise as we welcome His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, to deliver his opening address.
Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Your Excellency, Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, Emmerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. Your Excellency, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Republic of Somalia. Your Excellency, Mohammed Yunus Memfi, President of the Presidential Council of Libya. Your Excellency, Mohammed Musa Faki Mahamat, Chair of the Africa Union Commission. Your Excellency, Evangelist Akiwumi Adesina, President of the Africa Development Bank. Your Excellency, former President Joaquim Chissano of Mozambique. Your Excellencies, Vice Presidents, Prime Ministers, representatives of heads of state, Your Excellency, Governor of Nairobi, Johnson Sakaja, Madam Martha Koome, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Ministers, Honorable Governors, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted and privileged to preside over the opening session of the 59th Annual Summit of the Africa Development Bank Group. On behalf of the people and government of Kenya, I extend a very warm welcome to each of you and invite you to feel at home in this land of many delights. It is a great honor for Kenya to host the 59th meeting of the Africa Development Bank Group, especially as the group celebrates its 60th anniversary. Let me put this in context. We had also the privilege to host the 30th anniversary of the Africa Development Group in 1994. We are privileged to host the 60th. And I have requested the Africa Development Bank Group to offer Kenya the 90th anniversary in 2054. And I promise that even if I would be walking with a walking stick, I will attend. This milestone should frame our deliberations and engagements during these meetings. We are gathered here to reflect on the progress of our continent
that has made in realizing the founding vision of this institution, the Africa Development Bank. Formed in the first decade following the independence of most African countries, the Africa Development Bank embodies the Pan-African ideology of sovereignty, prosperity, and unity. As a matter of fact, one of the founding communiques of this institution clearly declares the determination of African nations to use all our resources to lead all African countries to independence and achieve the development and prosperity of the continent in unity. That was done 60 years ago. And over 6 decades, the group, like the continent, has not only survived many crises and challenges, but has also grown stronger and achieved much in supporting economic growth and stability in our continent. It has become Africa's premier development financing institution. To date, it has financed 5,432 projects across our land, 4,036 of them which have been completed, provided a mechanism to coordinate the fight against poverty, improve the standards of African financial institutions and other institutions, and contributed significantly to conflict prevention and resolution. You agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that Africa Development's performance has been nothing short of sterling. I think they deserve a better round of applause. Nevertheless, the pace of African economic growth and development has not kept pace with the rest of the world. More concerning is that the pace of African development remains far behind its undeniable potential. Intra-African trade remains low, with its share of global GDP less than 3%. Africa's share of global trade is also low, at just about 2%, and our exports are primarily unprocessed produce and raw materials. Not surprisingly, the rates of poverty and unemployment are still high on our continent. The vulnerabilities arising from this situation undoubtedly contribute significantly to conflict, economic refugees, and in this age of frequent extreme climate shocks, climate refugees. There is tremendous urgency in developing and implementing transformative interventions to turn things around for our continent, our countries, and our people. I am confident that this sense of urgency resonates very strongly amongst African leaders. And I am encouraged that we are not just doing something about it. We are actually making very good progress. Our continent is growing at the world's fastest rate, exceeding the global average of 3%, and 11 of the world's fastest growing economies in 2023 were African countries. We were told that by Adesina. Between 2000 and 2002, Africa's real GDP increased at an annual rate of 4.3%, well above the global average of 2.9%. 7 of the 10 world's fastest growing economies were in this continent of Africa. The Pan-African Economic Integration Agenda has finally taken off. Our regional economic blocs are vibrant and effective, while the African Continental Free Trade Area has come into effect and already made a huge impact. Although much remains to be accomplished before intra-Africa trade is smooth across borders, the data indicates strong positive movement following the launch of the Guided Trading Initiative. As we look into the future, with this optimism, we are also cognizant of the immediate challenges we must confront and overcome. Africa faces multiple serious challenges, including geopolitical risks, the broader effects of armed conflict, the COVID-19 pandemic and its effect, disruptions in the global supply chains, and persistent extreme weather due to climate change and macroeconomic instability. To compound these crises, the economies of the continent continue to bear the burden of rising costs of servicing huge national debts, caused in part by high global interest rates and, of course, external shocks. I am, however, confident that the strong positive response by African leaders and nations to the Africa Union Agenda 2063 signals our collective intent to undertake radical transformation of African economies, achieve sustainable development goals, and unite our people in prosperity. We have what it takes to succeed, and current activities show movement in an encouraging direction. To achieve this transformation, a consistent commitment of substantial resources is required to invest in infrastructure, industrial capacity to deliver rapid growth. However, we face the rigid barrier of global financial architecture that is fundamentally misaligned with our aspirations. We routinely borrow from international markets at rates far above those paid by the rest of the world, often up to 8 or 10 times more. These rates are said to factor in something arbitrary called risk profile that is notably not applied when considering mineral extraction, even in areas of active conflict. It is safe, we are told, to mine in spaces where there is conflict, but it is risky to lend to African economies. What a contradiction. The debt problem faced by many countries, which consume the largest share of national resources and starve development agenda, we are a direct result of this unjust financial architecture. This situation not only makes debt unsustainable, but also undermines growth, prevents countries from investing in resilience, and denies millions of people, especially young men and women, their fair shot at life's opportunities. Africa remains most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, as evidenced by recent devastating floods, for example, in Kenya, and drought in Southern Africa, from which we are still working to recover, as well as other climate-related disasters across the continent. The adverse impact of climate change or the fiscal sustainability of many economies, especially in developing countries in Africa, deserves our serious attention. Despite contributing only 4% of global carbon emissions, we bear the brunt of climate change effects. Climate change is a threat multiplier. Its direct impact and related responses negatively affect our fiscal position through reduced revenues and increased public spending. The frequency of extreme weather events continuously diminish the resources available for public investment and provision of critical public goods, such as health, education, and other social services. In particular, climate change has often resulted in substantial reallocation of resources towards mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. This is why Africa advocates for a financial architecture that integrates the issues on climate change and public finance at the center. I am proud of African heads of state who have not hesitated to make their voices heard in various fora, including through the Africa Leaders Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action that we held here in Nairobi. Climate change and sovereign debt are now firmly integrated, trapping governments in a vicious cycle where increasing losses and damage from climate impacts leads to rising costs of mobilizing resources for public investment. With such high financing costs and constrained government budgets, developing countries continue to struggle investing in low carbon and climate resilient development. At risk, therefore, are both climate action and our sustainable development goals. A better, more responsive, and fairer international financial architecture is urgently needed, and time here is of the essence. The financial architecture we advocate for as Africa today should integrate the continent's most challenging development issues of debt sustainability and climate vulnerability to enable development goals, SDGs, and Agenda 2063 commitments to be achieved. I am encouraged by Africa Development Bank's vision for the continent, underpinned by the high fives strategies and the objectives of the newly adopted 2024-2033 10-year strategy, which provide important foundations for these critical continental objectives. Let me agree with my brother, President Adesina, on the array of investments that he has spoken to this morning. Kenya is among the beneficiaries in a very big way of Africa Development Bank's financial might and their innovative financing of projects. Let me give you just 3 examples. Africa Development Bank became the first institution for us to build the first superhighway from Nairobi through Thika, and today they are dueling the same road all the way to Maroa, about 150 kilometers. Africa Development Bank worked with us to provide water and sanitation in 28 towns and cities in Kenya that today all of them are complete. And Africa Development Bank is building with us the largest water dam in Kenya in a place called Tuake. And of course, Africa Development Bank did what Adesina said. Last 10 years, working with Africa Development Bank, other multilateral banks, and friends, they have enabled Kenya to increase electricity connectivity from 27% in the last 10 years to 76% today. We have been clear and consistent in our advocacy. Africa is neither seeking handouts nor asking for charity. We are a continent of sovereign people who aspire to grow in a just multilateral system and access development financing on fair terms. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not too much to ask. We were clear at the Africa Climate Summit last year when we called for reforms of the international financial institutions and a range of new global taxes to fund climate action. We were clear at COP28 in Dubai last December when we once again emphasized the urgent need to mobilize investment for climate transition in developing countries from public and private sources globally. We also agreed to support the creation of markets that can mobilize resources at scale, and called for the reform of the international financial architecture. Today, we assert that transforming the international financial architecture is an imperative that will give Africa a fair chance to turn its immense potential into opportunities to overcome multiple challenges and develop inclusively and sustainably. I take this opportunity to reiterate my call at the recent concluded IDA 21 summit here in Nairobi, that we appeal for a substantial 17th replenishment of the Africa Development Fund by at least US $25 billion to increase its capacity to continue providing concessional financing to the least developed African countries. We therefore call on our donors and development partners to scale up their investment in our continent's premier development financial institution, the Africa Development Bank. To further strengthen the capacity of our multilateral development institutions, we strongly support the proposal to rechannel special drawing rights through the Africa Development Bank as endorsed by the Africa Union's Assembly of Heads of State and Government. And because we must believe in ourselves for others to believe in us, and we must invest in these institutions for others to invest in them, Kenya has made the decision that over the next 3 years, we are going to invest $100 million in enhancing our shareholding in Africa Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, and Trade Development Bank. We have already made the investment in Afrexim Bank. I will be discussing with my brother Adesina on our investment in Africa Development Bank, because as nations in this continent, we must begin to understand that if others had to believe in our institutions, we must believe in them first as the owners. The multiplier effect of the rechanneled SDRs will significantly increase the lending capacity of the Africa Development Bank. This initiative has the potential to unlock additional financing for high priority and transformational development projects, which are currently constrained by available resources. Kenya pledges to continue championing SDR rechanneling through the African Development Bank. And Mr. President, as a demonstration of Kenya's confidence in the Africa Development Fund, the concessional window, we are making a commitment of $20 million as Kenya into that kit. It is Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a demonstration that for us to raise $25 billion, we need to demonstrate our commitment and believe in the investments we are making in this institution. Nobody doubts that investing our resources in Africa Development Bank is a logical, it is a profitable investment. I have since had I was motivated by the profits I saw and the dividends that will be paid. And I think it's a very worthwhile investment. I want to encourage public and private entities to equally invest. I promise you it is a worthwhile investment. Given the glaring shortcomings of the current climate financing ecosystem, we need to fundamentally reconfigure prevailing financing patterns and adopt more innovative financing structures that eliminate access barriers. I commend the Africa Development Bank Group for developing innovative financial instruments tailored to our continent's unique needs. These instruments are more ambitious in financing and are our significant development projects, including heavy investments in smart agriculture and clean energy generation. However, more financial resources need to be channeled towards climate adaptation in Africa. At my last meeting with President Adesina, we were discussing them extending our water program, which we started with the Africa Development Bank, to phase 3, where we are discussing now a $400 million facility with the African Development Bank for water harvesting, water storage, and irrigation that will support Kenya's food security, especially in the context of the effects of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I wish to underscore the critical role of the Africa Development Group's annual meetings in advancing progressive discourse, structured dialogue, and knowledge events. These engagements provide an opportunity for collective deliberation and facilitate the dissemination of relevant knowledge among high-level decision makers in Africa from different sectors, including government leaders, academics, and the private sector, among other key players. The 59th annual meeting takes place at an important juncture in our continent's developmental history. I am confident that all of us gathered here are able, willing, and ready to apply ourselves accordingly and do justice to our common agenda of taking Africa to the next phase of transformation through constructive deliberations. Let me say this finally. My colleagues, the heads of state and government in Africa, asked me to take over the baton from my senior, President Paul Kagame, on reform of institutions of the African Union. It is an assignment I intend to work on with the support of my colleagues to align it with aspirations of today, and so that we can support more financial institutions like the Africa Development Bank and all the other continental institutions to support Africa's development and progress. As I take over the assignment from President Kagame, let me make 4 points on that reform. Number one, we will be proposing that the Africa Union Commission, the executive, be given sufficient power to be able to prosecute Africa's economic diplomacy, so that we can unlock the potential of our continent, so that we can showcase the assets that we have, our mineral assets, our agricultural development assets, our human capital assets, our natural resources assets, and use them to create investment opportunities so that we turn our potential into opportunity and opportunity into investment and create a better Africa for all of us. Number two, to make Africa Union a fit-for-purpose organization to take charge of the consolidation of the African market through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Today, in Africa, Intra-Africa trade is only 15%. Intra-Asian trade is 60%. Intra-European trade is 70%. Intra-Africa trade is 15%. We are struggling looking for markets everywhere except in our continent. We must believe in ourselves. We must first sell to the market that we have in our continent. It is the silver bullet, and it is what is going to increase the contribution of trade from Africa from 2% to the next level. Number 3, we must make Africa Union fit for purpose to secure this continent. The Africa Union must take charge of our peace, security, and stability. The Africa Union must make us solve the problems of conflict and war in our continent. We cannot progress as a continent if there is war in Sudan, there is trouble in Somalia, there is problems in DRC, there is problems in the Sahel. We must take charge of our security. We must take charge of our stability, and Africa Union must step forward to be counted to provide that cover. And finally, the Africa Union must work with us to close the infrastructure gap. We will be proposing 4 assignments. The Africa Union was initially a liberation movement. We must repurpose it. We must re-engineer it so that it addresses the challenges of the moment. We will also be making a proposal to have a much more accountable Africa Union. Today, the Pan-African Parliament has no connection to the Africa Union executive. We are proposing that we are going to reduce the size of the Pan-African Parliament to make it much more cost-effective from 275 members to 100 members. 1 woman, 1 man from every country. And make it a full-time organization. Let it approve the budget of the Africa Union. Today, the budget of the Africa Union is approved by people who are not people's representatives. We want the people of Africa to take charge of this continent. And finally, we must bring about the Africa Court of Justice so that we can sort out our issues. We don't want any African to be dragged to courts elsewhere to sort out our issues. We need something short of a revolution to have a good organization for ourselves. I look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the output of these meetings, and I am optimistic that your recommendations for reforming the architecture of the global financial institutions will be as radical and as ambitious as the AU's Agenda 2063. Your participation here promises viable solutions to enable our countries mobilize sufficient resources to close Africa's development financing gap and accelerate our structural transformation across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the 59th annual meeting of the Africa Development Bank Group is now officially opened. I thank you.
If you don't mind, please keep standing, and let's give one more big round of applause to the President. You may be seated. Now there's a challenge between President Ruto and President Adesina as to who is more passionate evangelist. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, with that strong and inspiring address, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony, and we will now transition to the presidential dialogue, Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture, which will then be followed thereafter by the commemoration, a short commemoration ceremony of the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. Thank you so much for being with us at this opening. The meeting continues, and I hand over to the team responsible for the dialogue. Thank you for having me.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Heads of State, representatives of Heads of State, Governors of the Bank, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly permit me to stand on already established protocols. Once again, Karibu. Wow. That's the first time Karibu has been met with silence, so I'm going to say that once again. Karibu. Now that's a little bit more enthusiastic. I think we're getting into it. Thank you very much, President Ruto, for those really, truly inspiring and passionate words. Very, very heartfelt. Thank you very much. Welcome to this presidential dialogue on Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture, here at the annual meetings of the Board of Governors of the African Development Bank, holding at the KICC, Kenyatta International Conference Center, in the beautiful, and I must say green, capital city of Nairobi. My name is Victor Oladokun. Yes, you can clap for Nairobi and certainly for Kenya. Kenya is green and has had a long history of being so. My name is Victor Oladokun, and it really is an honor to moderate the two presidential dialogues that are ahead of us this morning. Our conversations will revolve around what must be done in a fast-changing, dynamic global environment to kickstart and transform Africa's economies, as well as ensuring that they do remain sustainable. But first, permit me to invite to the podium a global leader who has a reputation, actually two reputations. One for not believing in the word impossible, and two, for being dubbed Africa's optimist-in-chief, a very well-deserved tag. Not because he is unaware of the continent's many challenges, but because he strongly believes that under any circumstances, change is possible. Please join me in welcoming to the podium once again the President of the African Development Bank Group, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, as he comes forward to provide opening remarks.
Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, their governors, I wish to thank you immensely for attending these 2024 annual meetings, and in particular for being here for this particular session, which is a debate or conversation with you, Heads of State and Government, about the issues of the transformation or the reforms of the global financial architecture, the African Development Bank, and of course, Africa's transformation. This is one topic that I know is close to your heart, as you all have been advocating for the reform of global financial architecture, the reforms of the United Nations, including the United Nations Security Council, and we just heard from His Excellency President Ruto all about that. And why is that being done, or why is that necessary? That's to ensure that Africa's voice is heard, that Africa's priorities are in fact prioritized, that Africa's financial needs are appropriately considered, that there is equity, fairness, and justice in dealing with the most pressing challenge of our time, climate change. Clearly, the global financial architecture has a great role to play in mobilizing resources for development. Yet, it is not delivering enough for Africa in 5 ways. First, it is under-delivering on climate finance for Africa. Today, while Africa's climate finance needs are in the order of $277 billion annually, the global financial architecture delivers only $30 billion for Africa, a continent that contributes the least to climate change and which suffers disproportionately from its negative effects, as we have seen in several countries. Second, the global financial system is not delivering financing at scale needed for accelerated development to meet the SDGs. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has noted that the financing need now has moved from $2.5 trillion to $4 trillion annually. Africa alone will need $1.3 trillion. With SDGs, of course, due to lack of adequate financing, Africa will not be able to meet SDGs by 2030 under the current trajectory. Third, the COVID-19 pandemic showed the huge divergences in financing capacities to deal with global pandemics and its effects between developed countries and developing countries. While developed countries provided over $19 trillion to support their economies during this crisis, pandemic, equivalent to roughly 18% of the global GDP, African countries provided only $83 billion, or 3% of their GDP. No wonder there is economic divergences between Africa and developed countries and even emerging market economies, because we hear something about COVID, that people have long COVID. But now also in terms of fiscal space for African countries, it's a long COVID in terms of fiscal space because it takes a long time to be able to recover from such pandemics like that. Fourth, the global contingent financing facilities have not been fair and equitable. Take the case of the special drawing rights, as President Ruto has mentioned. Out of the $650 billion of Asia allocation, Africa got $33 billion, which is roughly 4.5%. In other words, those that needed it the most got the least. However, I want to really thank the IMF. I want to thank my sister, Kristalina Georgieva, and all our team at IMF, and of course the IMF board, for recently approving the use of SDRs as hybrid capital, which of course multilateral development banks like us can leverage 3 to 4 times and deliver greater impact based on the model that the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank have developed. We're very grateful for that support. I also like to commend the IMF for providing a third seat for Africa at the board of IMF, as the chairman person of the African Union Commission mentioned the importance of having more space around the table for Africa, and we're grateful for that as well. The admission of African Union to G20 is also a commendable development, long overdue. Fifth, the global financial architecture is failing in dealing with the high rising debt burdens of African countries. While the G20 Common Framework is working to address these challenges, and we support it, to achieve equal and comparative treatment between official creditors, private creditors, and commercial lenders, the process, however, is taking way too long. Unfortunately, we shouldn't forget that Africa went through things like that in the 90s. The Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, also the Highly Indebted Poor Country Initiative, that just dragged on, and unfortunately we had a lost decade because of that. There's therefore a need for speedier, comprehensive resolution of debt burdens of countries. It's hard to run up a hill with a backpack of sand behind one's back. So while globally the Debt Service Suspension Initiative helped to defer due debt service payments, it only postponed it. It did not solve the problem. There is need for more timely, comprehensive debt treatment, debt restructuring, and debt resolution for African countries. And finally, Your Excellencies, the rules of global taxation, as President Ruto rightly mentioned, need to be modified to ensure that they are serving developing countries. Cooperation across jurisdictional tax rules is needed to avoid Africa losing taxes to multinational corporations that do illicit capital flows. And sometimes I hear a lot about illicit capital flows. It's not just African countries. In fact, quite a lot of multinational corporations have more lawyers, they have more accountants, they have more people than the whole country has. And therefore, we have to make sure that the whole issue of profits, tax avoidance, and profit-based shifting is addressed. In my view, if you do business in Africa, you should pay taxes in Africa. Your Excellencies, we look forward to hearing your views and perspectives, especially what the African Development Bank and all of us can do in the reforms of the global financial architecture. I'm particularly delighted that my dear brother and friend and colleague, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Jazair, President and Chairman of the Islamic Development Bank Group, is here with us today at our annual meetings, and he will also be sharing with you some thoughts ahead of your conversation. Once again, thank you, Your Excellencies, for your participation. It's a great honor for us to have you. Thank you very much.
Just as Dr. Adesina mentioned a few moments ago, we'd like to use this opportunity to welcome to the podium a friend of Africa and a friend of the African Development Bank, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Jazair, President of the Islamic Development Bank, to give his keynote address.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellencies, Heads of State, Your Excellency, my dear brother and friend, Dr. Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, the honorable heads of international and regional institutions, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to be part of this special gathering to celebrate the African Development Bank Group's 60 years of remarkable contributions to Africa's development journey. I am delighted to address such a distinguished audience today to share my thoughts on Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank Group, and the reform of the global financial architecture. Let me also take this opportunity to highlight the exceptional value we at the Islamic Development Bank place on our strategic partnership with the African Development Bank Group. It is a commitment to a shared dream of transforming the African continent and helping it deliver on its hopes and aspirations. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa a continent full of promise and endowed with abundant resources. Africa, a continent that holds the dreams and aspirations of hundreds of millions of its people. Africa, a continent full of potential, yet grappling with critical challenges on its road to structural transformation. Since the turn of the century, many African countries have exhibited strong economic growth. A significant portion of this growth is the result of better macroeconomic management, higher investment and trade, larger regional markets, and to a lesser extent, some degree of structural transformation. Despite this progress, the core components of human development, including income levels and formal employment, remain low and vulnerable to shocks. This leads me to the key question that the region and its governments need to tackle in the coming years. What will it take to ensure that this higher growth is sustainable and inclusive? To foster and sustain development gains, economic growth alone is insufficient. African countries need to deepen their structural transformation to ensure a prosperous and secure future for all Africans. The priority will be on transforming natural resource-driven economies into knowledge-driven ones, while taking advantage of the region's demographic dividend. Reforms ought to focus on fostering a more conducive business environment to enhance competitiveness and encourage initiatives that take advantage of regional growth opportunities. In this regard, the African Continental Free Trade Area offers a huge potential for building regional supply chains, developing intra-African production networks in manufactured goods, and enhancing competitiveness. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa is on the ascent, and I am optimistic about its development prospects. However, recent estimates suggest that Africa will require an additional $200 billion annually to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Moreover, it is becoming increasingly evident that the current global financial system will not be able to provide the necessary support to achieve the ambitious transformative agenda of Africa. It is thus not surprising that there are calls for a rethink of this framework to make it more efficient and just, giving a greater voice to the global South. Additionally, significant resources are being diverted to debt servicing at the expense of critical investments in health and education. This situation clearly demands urgent reform. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 5 decades, the Islamic Development Bank Group has remained steadfast in its commitment to Africa's socio-economic development. By the end of 2023, our financing to Africa totaled approximately $74 billion, including $45 billion specifically dedicated to enhancing trade. Our efforts have been significantly strengthened through long-standing cooperation with development partners, including the African Development Bank. Between 2017 and 2023, we achieved the record co-financing volume of $2.9 billion with the African Development Bank, enabling us to co-finance 22 operations across diverse sectors, and some of them have been mentioned by my brother, Mr. Adesina. I am pleased to announce that during the Islamic Development Bank's Golden Jubilee celebrations in Riyadh last month, we further enhanced our partnership with the African Development Bank by expanding its scope and setting a higher co-financing target over the next 5 years. In this quest, where collaboration is paramount for success, the role of the Arab Coordination Group, or the ACG, in fostering development and progress across the African continent cannot be underestimated. To this end, the ACG has been a long-standing supporter of African countries and has cumulatively invested over $220 billion in the region to date. Bolstering its support for African partner countries, in November 2023, the ACG pledged a $50 billion financing envelope over the next 7 years to help build resilient infrastructure and inclusive societies in the African continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we share common dreams for Africa, a continent free of poverty where no one is left behind, a continent of hope and prosperity driven by innovation and entrepreneurship, a continent providing meaningful employment opportunities for its youth. We remain steadfast in our commitment to work with our development partners to rekindle hope, to realize Africa's dreams of transformation, especially when we recall the wise words of our host, His Excellency President Ruto, and I hope he doesn't mind me quoting him, who said recently, only very recently, that Africa is neither facing east or west, but is facing forward. I wish you all successful deliberations throughout the remainder of this dialogue. I look forward to positive impact these discussions will have on shaping our strategies and actions to mobilize affordable financing for Africa's inclusive growth and structural transformation. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Many thanks, Dr. Al-Jazeera, for your keynote address and for framing many of the issues which will surround much of the presidential dialogues that have been convened this afternoon, or this morning and afternoon. At this point, I would like to invite members of the first presidential dialogue panel to take their seats on the platform. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Her Excellency Mrs. Sarah Kugon-Gelwa Amadila, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, representing His Excellency Mr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency Mr. Mohamed Yunus El Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. His Excellency Mr. Paul Kagame, President of the Republic of Rwanda. And last but certainly not the least, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Excellencies, for joining us on this panel. Just a few rules here. One, because we are running behind time by probably almost 50 minutes. Each one of you will have about 3 minutes to respond to each of the questions that are posed to you. But I'd like to kickstart this dialogue. First of all, with a question for President Ruto. Just last week, you took America by storm. You were the talk of the town for a considerable amount of time in Atlanta and in Washington, D.C. The first African leader to go on a state visit to Washington, D.C. in 50 years. From all indications, a very, very successful mission, and we say congratulations to you and to Kenya. Now, for quite a while, you've been a very vocal advocate for reforming the global financial architecture, and we've heard much from you today. You've pretty much given us a tour de force of what Africa needs and what Africa needs to do. Now, considering that change is usually slow and not as quick as we anticipate it or want it to be, in terms of priorities in the short term, what do you think Africa should focus on, and what should be the major priorities moving forward?
Thank you very much. And again, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of us to Nairobi and Kenya. It is said that half the solution to a problem is identifying that there exists a problem. For a very long time, many people did not admit that there was something fundamentally wrong with the international financial architecture. In fact, initially, when voices were raised, they were dismissed. But I want to say today we are very proud, those of us, especially from this continent, who raised our voices, that today the conversation in the world is no longer whether we have a fit-for-purpose international financial architecture. Everybody admits that there is something fundamentally wrong with it. The issue in conversation now is where, how do we reform it? So the issue of reform is settled. It must be done. And I think it begins with, once we understand the problem, then it begins with where do we start? I think what we are saying is we need a financial architecture that has the following characteristics. Number one, long-term financing. 40 years, grace period, 10 years, or something in that order. Number two, low interest rates, concessional financing, including, where possible, grants. Number three, we also need financing at scale. The quantum is very important. And then number four, we also need financing that is agile, that is flexible, especially that responds, that is climate sensitive, so that if there are shocks, that financial architecture must be responsive, because climate change is the new normal. Switching from drought to floods progressively is becoming what it is. In Kenya, we had drought a year ago that decimated 2.5 million heads of livestock. This year, we're in floods that has taken the lives of 200 Kenyans. So this is the new reality. So the financial architecture that must be in place must respond to this climate reality that we have. And finally, is to be sensitive to sustainability. So our priority is to sort out the financial architecture, that's number one. Number two, our priority is to make sure that this continent, with its tremendous potential, we move it from potential to opportunity, from opportunity to investment. And finally, as I have said, even as we try to do something outside, we must also do something inside. That is why we are also looking at our own systems, our own governance, our own instruments. And that's why we are discussing, even internally, reform of the Africa Union, so that we are aligned as we reform the international financial architecture, as we reform the investment space to create opportunity for our assets. We must also reform our own institutions so that we align them and repurpose them to be in line with our aspirations and the outcomes we are looking for.
Thank you very much, President Ruto. In other words, reform is a two-way street. It's not just one way. But allow me to follow up very quickly. As we all know, Kenya and a number of other countries have been buffeted very devastatingly by extreme weather conditions, unpredictable weather conditions. And I think the projections for Kenya and other countries in the region are that over the next 7 years, we're still likely to see the same kind of weather patterns that we've seen this year. That being the case, and again, following a two-way reform process, what is it that African countries should be doing right now to mitigate the effects of climate change?
It is true that predictions are that Kenya and our region is going to have above normal rains for the next 7 years. That's a prediction. It is both positive and negative. And that is why, working with institutions like the Africa Development Bank, we are developing resilience instruments. It is the reason why we are having a conversation with the Africa Development Bank on our water infrastructure. How do we take care of this excess water? And how do we turn this excess water into an asset for making sure that we use it for our food security, we use it for the positive elements. So we must align our programs, our strategies with the reality of the moment and with the predicted reality of the future. So that is the alignment that we must do.
Thank you very much, President Ruto. I'm going to come to President Kagame next on a number of issues, particularly with regards to the global financial architecture, as well as the issue of reforms. Both yourself and President Ruto have been aligned. That being the case, what reforms do you really think should pave the way for giving Africa the resources that it needs to finance its own transformation and inclusive growth, even in the face of devastating climate change? What are the most critical reforms that you see and anticipate are needed?
Thank you. Let me quickly, first of all, and more importantly, thank our hosts, President Ruto, His Excellency, and also the President of the Africa Development Bank Group for inviting us here. Now, quickly to the point, we are talking about the architecture of, international financial architecture. Therefore, in mind, we have the architects. So what did the architect have in mind when they provided us with the architecture we have to deal with? They must have had their own interests. They must have framed things the way they wanted to benefit themselves, or maybe we can assume that they wanted to benefit the whole world. Now, we are here discussing the situation as it is, where we find there are enormous resources in this world, but inequitably distributed. So Africa has to look at itself and look at the whole world as it's set up. And we know in this world, people, countries work for interests, their own interests. Africa's interests and the countries of our continent interests must be taken care of, beginning with ourselves. So, and we talk about speaking with one voice many times. It has to be one voice. It has also to be loud and clear and effective. For that to happen, we think about working together. We think about representation. And representation is not also just numbers. It's being able to speak out loudly and representing ourselves rather than having other people represent us. So it starts from what has been talked about, that is very important, whether it was in the speech of His Excellency President Ruto and His Excellency Musa Faki. Therefore, the reforms we are talking about is how do we disrupt, if you will, the current architecture as we have it, so that it includes significantly and visibly the interests of our continent. Our continent, whether it is human resources or natural resources or any resources we are thinking about, how can anyone interested in the well-being of the people of this world sideline our continent? In actual fact, if you look at the facts as they are, in a few decades, the only place in this world that will be having a growing middle class is Africa, the only one. So it is even in the interests of the rest of the world that has marginalized Africa to contribute to the well-being of our continent, because the growth of Africa, based on this middle class, feeds into the growth of the rest of the world. So they should even be accepting some of these proposals in self-interest, because Africa grows, the whole world grows. But Africa cannot wait to be handed this opportunity by anybody else. We therefore must be on the front line, really fighting for this right, and therefore for ourselves, but also which contributes to the well-being of the rest of the world.
President Kagame, I want to be a little bit provocative here. I've been coming to Kenya for probably 30 years, and there are places that I used to know that I no longer recognize. Why? Because the city's architects have changed the landscape. Now, most of the Bretton Woods institutions were created 60 to 80 years ago, at a different time from the one that we live in. So, if we're going to talk about reform, it's not just the access to resources. It's looking at those institutions that were created back then and asking the question, are they still relevant to the needs of today? What is your thought about redesigning a lot of these institutions to make them fit for purpose?
Well, absolutely. It's a no-brainer that what worked 50 years ago or designed 50 years ago, things have changed, and therefore a rethink of a new design that fits the purpose must be into play. There's no question about it. But here what we are talking about is not simply an argument of whether, this is fit for purpose or this. I think everybody understands that point. But there are philosophies, if you will, or interests or that operate behind that. For us in Africa, we are hard pressed to see that there is a change of these and in the design of these institutions. But maybe the way the institutions are set up, benefiting some parts of the world, those in those parts of the world are not interested in having the change happen because it gives them control, it gives them say over other people's resources even. So it's not that people don't understand. Especially for Africa, we understand it better because of how we are affected. But the other parts of the world that have the power and control, it's also not because they don't understand, but it is because that it serves them very well, benefits them, that they are not interested or they are slow in allowing change to happen. So it's not a very complicated thing to understand. Everybody understands that. What is complicated is to reach this understanding and compromise that we don't lose anything by having everybody benefit as we should benefit, all of us. That's where the issue lies. And therefore, the reforms are based on this thinking. We are only looking for the pathways to having the reforms implemented that provide us with less costs than having to fight so much over what is obvious that actually benefits all of us, as I said.
Thank you very much, President Kagame. I'm going to come next to President Al-Menfi. Let me bring it closer home. Obviously, your country has had quite a number of challenges economically in recent times. What areas do you think that the African Development Bank can support Libya in the best to help you reach that last mile of reaching economic transformation in your country?
شكرا جزيلا. أنا أعطي فرصة حتى للترجمة إذا كان في I will talk in Arabic.
And President Al-Menfi, if you could just move your microphone a little bit closer to you.
في البداية أحب أن أشكر فخامة الرئيس روتورو على الضيافة وحسن الاستقبال.
Thanks to President William Ruto, as well as the people of Kenya, for the very warm welcome extended to us. I'd like to thank Mr. President as well for his leadership role in this transformation, the financial transformation, economic transformation, also the transformation of financial institutions across Africa. I'd also like to stress another point, that is to say that sometimes in some African countries, there is a need for technical expertise rather than financing. This is what we could refer to as twinning, let's say, or finding the right balance and combining complementarity between financing and technical expertise. So all financial institutions, in fact, that we know were established at a time when African countries were subject to occupation, and therefore these are institutions that do not serve Africa. And yet today Africa has developed, Africa has many resources and assets, and Africa is very much in a position to grow and to develop at a much faster pace than at any time before. And we would like to, in this connection, to underscore the role played by Libya in various periods of time in African countries. Libya, at present, is very much in a position to continue to invest in African countries. Of course, there are some financial arrangements and guarantees that need to be set out, but between us as African countries. That, of course, Libya, based on its political stability, will be able to also lend its support to financial institutions, particularly as we are discussing three important financial institutions currently: the African Development Bank, as well as the African Investment Bank, which is currently headquartered in Tripoli. We are currently finalizing some of the implementation arrangements for its full launch. And we hope that this institution will really play a pivotal role and be an additional step in terms of strengthening African financial institutions. We're interested as well in cooperation between countries, but also with the African Union, promoting imports and exports within Libya. We've heard Mr. President address this, promoting trade with Europe and Asia as well, but we need to have intra-African trade as well. Libya is in need of African cooperation because Libya has always looked to Africa. Libya is very vested in developing within Libya. Libya draws its strength from Africa and vice versa. So therefore, when our investments are made in the south, particularly as we have plans, particularly, for instance, roads extending to Niger, to Central Africa, we have a number of railway projects as well as others aimed at connecting Northern Africa to Southern Africa. Leveraging our oil-based resources and the stability of these resources, we would like to provide solutions and reforms to the needs that we have in Africa and in Libya. And of course, we very much look to contributing and working with the presidents. Thank you.
Very much, Prime Minister, very much. President Al-Menfi, greatly appreciated. Capacity building, cooperation, and consulting on a regional basis. I'm going to come next to Prime Minister Sarah Kugangelwa Amadila. Kindly forgive me. I know that my pronunciation is not too correct, but please forgive me here. I'm very, very particular about pronouncing names properly. Now, your country, Namibia, was one of the first to attain upper middle income status in Africa. A great accomplishment. What are some of the lessons that the rest of Africa can take away from Namibia in this regard? I think your microphone is off.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. And I would like to extend our appreciation to President Ruto for the invitation extended to our president to attend. Unfortunately, he could not attend due to other commitments and has asked me to represent him. Yes, Namibia has achieved the status of an upper middle income country. We decided right after independence, which came after a prolonged bloody armed struggle, that we are going to promote peace and stability. so that we can inspire the confidence of investors to come to the country, and we can create an environment where economic activities can be pursued so that development is achieved. We also adopted economic policies that ensured macroeconomic stability and also incentivized investors, both local and international, to come to the country. We invested significantly in infrastructure and in the development of the human capital. We have a very youthful population. We still have challenges in that regard, but education and training continues to be a priority. In spite, I must say, of the fact that we have managed to record positive economic growth almost every year since independence, except in a few years when we were faced with emergencies like COVID, droughts, and floods, and we are very prone to these disasters. We, however, still face challenges of inequities. The bulk of the population, who are the indigenous communities, are living in poverty, and much of the wealth is owned by Namibians of European extraction. So that is one of the serious challenges that we have to address. The second challenge is the fact that because we are a commodity-based economy for the most part, the growth in GDP did not necessarily translate in proportional growth in employment and poverty reduction. So although we have reduced poverty, we still have significant number of people that are poor, and also many of our young people are still struggling to find employment. So we consider it a priority to diversify the economy, to promote value addition, so that we can create jobs and also reduce the vulnerability of the economy to external shocks, including the shocks to droughts and floods. And actually, as we speak now, Namibia is experiencing one of the worst droughts that we have faced. About 1 million people are depending on government support to be able to survive, because the harvest was very poor, the rains were late and grossly inadequate. So we do have those challenges. And we are also prioritizing, because we are a small population, we are only 3 million, and we are vast in terms of infrastructure. It's very costly to put them up. We are prioritizing integration with the rest of the continent so that we are not limited in what we produce by our small population.
Well, thank you very much, Prime Minister Madila. Very much appreciated. I'm going to come next to His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat. Now, in your position as AU chairperson, you have a front row seat on what's going on in different parts of the continent. What's your assessment of the progress that we're making in terms of structural reforms on the continent? Are we on track, or is there much more that we need to do?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais rappeler qu'il y a 4 jours, nous avons célébré le 61e anniversaire de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, qui est devenue en 2002 l'Union africaine. La BAD également a 60 ans. La BAD a mobilisé des ressources pour la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 de notre organisation. Il y a 8 ans, en juillet 2016, à Kigali, la conférence des chefs d'État a évalué la situation du continent et a
decided to undertake institutional financial reforms in the African Union. This was a task that was put expressly to Paul Kagame, who did an excellent job. And we heard about this at the last summit. We can't think only about the international arena. We, within the continent, need to undertake reforms. We have a very ambitious agenda, Agenda 2063. And we first must undertake reforms in our own institutions so as to be able to speak in unison. We know that we have resources in Africa, human resources, 1.4 billion inhabitants, 3 million square kilometers, numerous natural resources, and we have yet to live up to the expectations of African populations. So the first thing we need is endogenous reform within the continent so that we have the wherewithal to be able to then discuss these matters on the international arena. This reform is underway. There's been significant progress. We still have things to do. This has to be said honestly. We still often think only about sovereignties linked to states. We need to be more united, more integrated. That's what Agenda 2063 wants, a prosperous, integrated Africa. In terms of the international arena, the Bretton Woods institutions, the United Nations, all of these, of course, arose after the Second World War. The winners set up these institutions. And all of these years later, it is painfully obvious that these institutions now face different challenges. The demographics have changed, politics has changed, financial markets have changed. We need to reform our institutions. Africa was guinea pig in terms of the different approaches and structural programs. How are we going to reduce poverty? How are we going to do this? How are we going to do that? All these different policies that were undertaken. Today, we have priorities. We have clearly defined planning, and we're talking to the international community, not asking for charity. We're asking to be taken on an equal footing, asking to be accepted as having a voice. We need to be able to develop. I think there's important work to be done. I think that partners, those who are in the lead, need to understand that this is a world where we need to stand united, and in order for that to be possible, Africa needs to be looked upon in a different light. We ourselves need to improve our governance, whether this be political, institutional, economic, financial. But we need the international community, if we want a world full of stability, we need the international community to revisit rules that were set up for 80 years ago and no longer correspond to the reality on the ground. This is what we need.
Very much, Your Excellency. And I'm going to go just from the point you just made right now over to President Kagame. Now, no one is in any doubt that reshaping and reforming the global financial architecture is going to be a walk in the park. It's going to have its own challenges. And it would seem that doing so, the reforms that we need are going to be both short-term and long-term. This being the case, what must Africa do to ensure that it strengthens its voice and it is able to engage in ongoing conversations on reforming the global financial architecture? What is it that we need to do on a consistent basis? So this isn't just a one-off conversation. What are the things that we need to do in the global space?
We must walk the talk, because we have discussed these issues for many years, as I can remember, and we are saying the right things. So we must start doing the right things that we know how. One is being together. We must, as I said, the unit of our continent through the African Union and other institutions, including this bank that invited us here, the African Development Bank. It's all about Africa. First of all, we must have it in our mind And therefore, there is a need for mindset change from the past to the present. And we cannot be served well in our intentions for the future if we are not thinking correctly, acting correctly right now. So when we have been talking about the African Union reforms, as His Excellency President Ruto, my brother, mentioned earlier, you know, before I handed over to the president, I had been carrying out these tasks. I mean, there is no secret here, I just say it as it is. We agreed many things. Most of the countries were represented in the room, heads of state and government. We have agreed many things that need to be done because it is right and it is the only thing that can deliver what we want. Few years later, 2 years maybe from the time we decided, we have discussions in Addis at the African Union headquarters. You find some of the, 50% of the things we agreed have changed. And you're asking the same leaders in the room, you say, what happened? What we are saying now that we must be doing is what we agreed 2 years ago. Why have we not done exactly what we agreed? And nobody gives an answer. So we cannot escape this. We cannot escape doing the very things we have agreed to do because we know that is what is going to deliver what we want for our continent. There is no other way I can put it. There is no magic wand that is in anybody's hand to bring the change that we want. So when we are here discussing and everybody is listening and we are listening to ourselves, we must get out of this room with a commitment, a conviction that we can actually deliver what the continent wants, and we are the ones to do that. The rest will continue to be discussions back and forth, speeches back and forth, but we will not get the results. But some progress has been made. It is a slow progress. Even then we are saying we can't afford to move slowly. It's urgent. It's long overdue. So that's what we need to be working on as we move forward. And that's the hard task. I was happy to hand over to my brother here to, he's younger, so I think he has what it takes to do that. But he will need our support, all of us.
And I believe that President Ruto indeed will move with speed, as he has shown, even here in Kenya, and we believe that he will do the same for the continent. I just want to quickly touch base with Your Excellency Moussa Faki. With regards to the global financial architecture, how do you see that dovetailing into the ambitions of Agenda 2063?
Je crois que, permettez-moi.
And I ask that question because a lot has happened, and a lot has changed, and a lot has been transformed on the global scene since Agenda 2063 came into place. And that's still a long way off. But what are your thoughts in this regard?
Je voudrais d'abord remercier le président Kagame et le
You see,
président Ruto.
let me start by thanking Presidents Kagame and Ruto, who are leading this significant reform within the African Union. It goes without saying that if we do not close ranks, we cannot really succeed in terms of the reforms of the international financial institutions. This is obvious. So the more we work and close ranks so as to have a common African position, then the better for us to hope to cause a change in the rules. Today, there is an image which is not really the real image of the continent. We are considered as a risky continent with extremely high rates. President Ruto mentioned this. He talked about figures which are 10 or 9-fold what rates apply elsewhere. So in order to finance the 2063 agenda, especially the flagship projects which NEPAD is working on, together with the African Development Bank and other institutions, including the African Union Commission, we need financing, which financing cannot be mobilized solely within the continent of Africa. Now, rules governing investment and other aspects have to be revised so that the continent of Africa, just like other continents worldwide, can actually invest in the international markets. The efforts are already afoot within the continent, but the international system should also play along so that in a fair and equitable fashion, you give the opportunity to the continent of Africa to develop. We cannot just content ourselves with being a reservoir of commodities and raw materials and a field of battle, of geological battle. And this is the unfortunate situation. We've been the theater of all kinds of struggles, and there's a risk that will continue to be the battleground for those major economic powers. So we need to close ranks, work in unison so that we can speak with one voice and be a strong negotiating voice and strength with the other partners. Because one of the most important aspects of this agenda is partnership. We cannot really be thinking about developing in silos. So as part of partnership, we have to speak with one voice. Alas, so far, we do not really have this uniting force which can speak with one voice so as to cause a change in the order of things. This, therefore, is a challenge, not only on us, for us, but also with our relations with the international community, especially the international financial system.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm just going to provide each one of our panelists with a closing comment as we bring this session to a close, keeping in mind, again, the theme of this conversation, Africa's transformation agenda. But I'd like you to focus in on what the African Development Bank can still do to help achieve the agenda. Yes, you've been very glowing in all of your assessments and the reports on the bank and the work that Dr. Adesina and the rest of his team are doing. What is that extra mile that the African Development Bank needs to take to help unleash some of the potential and bring to fruition the ideas that we're talking about today? I'm going to start with Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Namibia first, and work our way backwards, but leave the last word for President Ruto.
Yes, thank you very much. I would say first we applaud the ADB for the work that it has done in terms of mobilizing funding and the good governance that is prevailing at the institution that inspires the trust of the partners to work with the bank to raise funds to support development in Africa. The first point that I would like to raise is one that relates to funding for middle-income countries, drawing from the experience of Namibia. This is a challenge that we face everywhere, including at the ADB. Because of the higher per capita income, in spite of the inequities that I have referred to, the high unemployment and high levels of poverty, we get funding that is quite pricey, making it difficult for us to raise the adequate resources to fund development. Secondly, I would advise the bank, and I think it is amenable in that regard, as we do also advise other funders to look at how their support can assist countries to develop their local capital markets. Because Namibia is one of those countries that have a relatively developed capital market, but not optimally developed, to be able to ensure intermediation. We actually export capital, whereas we borrow externally. So that is an aspect that is very important for us. Then there is the issue of funding to private sector, apart from funding government, without the requirement of government to provide a collateral, and partnering with private financial institutions so that their capacity that is here is also shared with African financial institutions to be able to support development in those countries. And obviously, we would like funding to really prioritize growth-enhancing measures, measures that support economic growth, that support diversification and value adding. We are mineral resources endowed as a continent, but because mining itself is not job intensive, we need to develop the full value chain of our mineral resources. And we thank the bank for advocating for increased special drawing rights for African countries, and we would like it to also amplify the voice of middle income countries so that we can raise more resources. There have been talks about also equity in terms of the harnessing of benefits from natural resources. This is something that is important for us as African countries, being the host of most of the resources. We want to share equitably in the benefits and supporting capacity to fight illicit flows of capital, so that we obviate the need for our countries to rely on external borrowings. Countries like Namibia could actually develop self-sufficiency in terms of funding if we can address illicit flows and we can optimize capital markets development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Amadiah. Very excellent points, and I'm sure Dr. Adishna is listening. Thank you very much for your input there. We're going to come next to President Kagame.
I will try to be very brief. I think very good points have been made by the Prime Minister of Namibia. But I want to thank the African Development Bank's president and his team, who have done a very good job of mobilizing resources for our continent and also leveraging those resources to broaden the investments as we need them on our continent. And I would only, with the support of everyone on our continent, would urge him to even mobilize more resources, especially the private sector resources to be invested on our continent, because other sources are not enough in and of themselves. We have seen, for example, the time of COVID and towards the end, when the SDRs that were mobilized, we had 5% of that, of the 650 billion that was, so 5% of that for the whole continent of Africa is very small. So whichever sources we have, alone they are not enough. We need to diversify, therefore, the sources of the money that we need to invest on our continent. And I think that helps development of Africa to realize the agenda that is set for the 2063. And therefore, I thank all the leaders of our continent so that we continue to work together to support Africa Development Bank institution.
Thank you very much, President Kagame. And we'll go next to President Al-Menfi for your thoughts in this regard.
Thank you. I will also attempt to be brief. I would like to stress that the role played by the African Development Bank in Africa, and all of what we have heard, in fact, even in statements we've heard today, is of crucial importance. We're very much in support of the role played in this institution. And we hope to see also more cooperation between Libya and the African Development Bank as we move forward for the sake of Libya's development and Africa's more broadly. I think it's important, of course, to focus on the issue of reforming financial institutions. I think that it's crucially important to have a unified African voice so that we can move towards establishing more African financial institutions. I referred earlier to the African Investment Bank, and in fact we call on countries which have not yet acceded to this institution to do so, because this will be a stepping stone in the construction of a stronger Africa. It will also be an opportunity for us to implement the decisions and resolutions of the AU, which are a unified position. Thank you.
Mr. President. And last, well, not last actually, because we're going to come to President Ruto later on, I'm going to ask the AU Chair, Moussa Faki, for your thoughts in this regard.
Let me congratulate FDB and his team, and particularly my brother, Dr. Adesina. They did very well, and they're doing very well. I hope they will act in the future in complementarity and also in coordination with other partners in the continent. Because we have also a partnership with China, with India, with Arab countries through the Islamic Development Bank. And I think this coordination and this complementarity will allow us to implement our agenda, the 2063 Agenda, African Agenda.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. One of the recurring comments here concerns the private sector and the resources that are needed. And as Dr. Adesina has said quite recently, there is a need for reform of the MDBs, but in particular the African Development Bank, to change its instruments in ways that enable it to be much more active in the private sector. So we do trust and hope that as leaders, that both yourself and your governors will support the bank in that regard to enable it to do a whole lot more. We're going to give the last word at this point to our host, President William Samoei Ruto. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me thank fellow panelists here for all the very positive and informative comments they have made about this very important subject. Let me pick up from where President Kagame left. He told us, let's begin by believing in ourselves. I think it's a very important issue that we must believe in ourselves first. And we must stop outsourcing problems we have created or outsourcing solutions we can provide for ourselves. There are things we can do to sort out some of the challenges we are facing. And in the context of Africa Development Bank, we all admit that Africa Development Bank has demonstrated understanding of our financial needs, and they have developed innovative instruments to work on food security, infrastructure, water development, youth entrepreneurship, women. They have demonstrated. What ADB wants or needs from us is us to believe in them the way they believe in us. Provide support for ADB, and that is why we are voicing our support for replenishment of ADF, $25 billion. We are enhancing our own support through enhancing our shareholding in Africa Development Bank. We must support these institutions. Africa Development Bank here, Afrexim, Trade Development Bank, all the other financial institutions in our continent. We must give them the stamp of approval as leaders in this continent and support them. That way, they can support us. Secondly, we must believe in ourselves. You know, President Kagame warned me when he handed over the baton of this reform to me that this job is not very easy. And that you have heard him say we need to move fast. Luckily, I come from a country of athletes. So running fast will not be a problem. My only worry is that we should not leave anybody behind so that we can move together. And hopefully, we are all listening as leaders here that we need to believe in ourselves. Whatever, we must walk the talk. We must believe in ourselves. We must do this because it is necessary for us. We can never go wrong by doing the right thing. And finally, let me ask ADB, looking into the future, to give them two assignments. We need to write a new narrative for Africa. We have been profiled negatively for far too long. Please, if you can support an Africa Credit Rating Agency that will be factual about the situation in Africa. Let me give you an example. We went to the market as Kenya. And then there was a situation in Niger. And we were told, you are going to pay 2 points more because there was a situation in Niger. Niger is very far from Kenya, you know. But somewhere, somebody sitting in Washington or some other place thinks Niger is in Nairobi, you know. So please, if you can work on an Africa Credit Agency that will help put factual information into the financial architecture so that this unnecessary risk profiling is reduced. Let me ask you for one more thing, which you believe in, Mr. Adesina, before you leave office next year, before you move on to another assignment. You have talked about undervaluation of our GDP as a continent. That in the calculation of our GDP, the huge resources, mineral resources that we have are not factored. The huge energy resources, renewable energy resources are not factored. The huge resources we have, having 60% of Africa's, or the world's actually, remaining uncultivated arable land is not factored. Our provision of natural carbon sinks is not factored in our GDP. And that is why most of the time we are told our debt is not sustainable, because our own GDP is not correctly evaluated. Please, if you can work with us to get the true valuation of our GDP so that we can drive Africa's development in a positive manner. I don't think those are too many assignments, Desina. I am I'm very optimistic that these are assignments you can undertake on all our behalf as we drive the continent's prosperity into the future. And thank you very much.
Excellent closing thoughts from President Ruto. Support the bank strongly, stop outsourcing problems, and stop outsourcing solutions that we have answers for. Believe in ourselves, write a new narrative, develop, as a matter of urgency, an African credit rating agency, as well as re-evaluate our resources. Excellent closing thoughts. I want to say a very big thank you to all of our presidential delegates, our panelists during this session for your excellent thoughts. You've given us much food for thought. Again, we thank you, President Ruto, President Kagame, President Al-Menfi, Prime Minister Kugon Gelwa Amadia, and AU Commission Chair Musa Faki. Thank you for enriching our conversation this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly give our distinguished presidential panelists a warm round of applause and thank them for their leadership of our continent. Again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Kindly give our presidential panelists really a warm round of applause once again. Now, in less than 5 minutes, the technical crew will carry out a name change on the platform, and then we'll segue into our second presidential dialogue session and pick up from where we just left on the same theme of Africa's transformation, the African Development Bank, and the reform of the global financial architecture. Now, following the second presidential dialogue, we will transition into the launch of an event that will officially mark the beginning of celebrations for the African Development Bank's 60th anniversary. Even though officially this will be marked on September 10th, we will kickstart that celebration today. We highly suggest that you remain in your seats for what will be a spectacular performance. And once I get the cue, we will transition into our, there we go. They've moved actually a lot faster than I thought. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it really is an honor to invite to the podium for our second African Development Bank annual meeting's presidential dialogue this morning, His Excellency Mr. Joaquim Alberto Chissano, former President of the Republic of Mozambique. Please give His Excellency a warm round of applause as he takes his seat on the platform. Your Excellency, the platform is yours. And President Chissano will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Prosper Bazombanza, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, representing His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. Please give him a warm welcome. We also have with us His Excellency Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Please give him a warm welcome as he makes his way to the platform. And last but certainly not the least, His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of the Republic of Congo. Please give him a warm welcome. I have just been informed that we have been joined by the President of Somalia. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. Your Excellencies, welcome to the second presidential dialogue session. It's a pleasure having you with us this morning. Now, our first question goes this morning to Your Excellency, President Nguesso. Several leaders, including Dr. Adesina, have called for new metrics for measuring the wealth of our respective nations. And President Russo just spoke about that a few moments ago. And that this should not just be based on GDP alone. What, to your mind, will be the benefits of properly valuing natural capital of African countries? What difference would that make, Your Excellency?
Merci.
Thank you.
Voudrais d'abord remercier
I'd like, first of all,
mes frères et amis,
to thank
le président Ruto
my
et
friend and brother, President Ruto,
Adesina qui ont eu l'amabilité
for
de nous inviter à prendre part à cette
extending a kind invitation to us to be part of this August meeting.
réalité.
In truth,
Nous n'aurons pas beaucoup de choses nouvelles parce que
there will be not so many new things because most has already been covered.
je crois que nous
And
nous
I
accordons tous pour
believe
dire que
that we will
le poids des dettes
probably take more time
plombe totalement
to focus
les économies africaines.
on
Les taux d'intérêt
the interest rates
freinent le développement.
that actually put the frame for development.
Tous ensemble,
We tend to agree, all of us,
l'Afrique,
that
si elle n'a pas
if Africa
des infrastructures de base,
doesn't have basic infrastructure,
par exemple les communications, les routes, les
such as roads,
voies navigables,
railroads,
et comment pourrait-elle faire
waterways, how would
l'ASLECAF, le
they help
le commerce à l'intérieur de l'Afrique,
promote
le commerce
the African trade zone?
sans les infrastructures.
This cannot be done without the necessary infrastructure.
Et on dit ces derniers temps,
It's been said
il y a près de 600
recently that there are over 600 million Africans that do not have access
à l'électricité.
to electricity.
Je salue le président Adesina qui
And I'd like to express appreciation for President Adesina, who said that by 2030, 2032, around 300 million, if I remember well, Africans would have access to electricity.
alors vous posez
Now, you're raising
de nos ressources.
the issue of our natural resources. My friends here have spoken about this. Yes, Africa has very rich natural
mais elles ne
resources,
sont pas prises en compte
but they are not
dans l'évaluation
harnessed
du PIB
in the evaluation
des économies
of
africaines.
GDP of African economies. And I think this is the crux of the
Un
matter.
exemple concret.
Let me just speak about a concrete example. For example, the Congo Basin
Des réserves forestières
and
immenses.
the immense forest
Les
reserves,
tourbières
the
du bassin du Congo.
lands there in the
La contre-valeur
around the Congo Basin. What
de ces réserves forestières, des
what
tourbières
would be the value
du bassin
of
du Congo
these resources
si elles étaient prises en compte dans
if
l'évaluation
they were
des
taken
richesses
into consideration in the evaluation of the wealth of the countries concerned?
de ces États
The GDP of these states
serait placé à un niveau
will
qui
be
permettrait
placed at
aux
a level
États
that would allow
d'emprunter plus,
the
d'avoir
states
plus de
concerned
moyens
to have access to more loans and to have a greater means to promote development, and especially with regard to infrastructure. Infrastructure is quite costly, and the African Development Bank
a fait le maximum. Les chiffres
has
ont été
done its best. The figures were displayed before us, and here we would like to appreciate the work of our brother and friend, President Adashina, that has placed the African Development Bank at a very high level, but this is not enough.
comment l'Afrique
How
pourrait-elle manquer
could Africa
tant d'électricité?
be lacking in electricity?
L'Afrique ne réussitait pas à construire.
And
Je
why
prends un exemple.
would Africa
Le barrage
manage
d'Inga
to have
dans le
the
bassin du
to
Congo,
construct the Dinga Dam in the Congo Basin,
qui amenait l'électricité
which
au-delà du bassin
would
du Congo.
bring electricity beyond the Congo Basin and even
En Afrique du Sud.
as far as
Voilà le problème.
Cape Town in South Africa.
Évaluer
The
les richesses
what we need
naturelles
to do is to evaluate natural resources
d'Afrique, des États africains
of African states
et les intégrer dans
in
le
this
PIB.
way and then integrate them within the GDP of these countries. And I believe
De plus grandes possibilités
this would
de financer
give us greater opportunities
le développement.
to finance development efforts in Africa.
Nous devons
This struggle
le mener.
we need to
Et j'invite le président
wage.
Zabad
And I'd like to invite the president of the African Development Bank Group to join the other African leaders so that we start this struggle right away, so that we would not be just speaking about these things. And I'd like to also call on President Ruto. And as you remember, last year in June, we met in Paris
parler de la même chose.
to speak about the same
Le
thing.
nouveau pacte des financiers, c'était cela.
That is the new financial
Le nouveau
pact.
pacte des financiers.
That was the term, the global pact. And President Trudeau at the time made a major presentation. He also was invited to join the group
Réfléchir sur ces réformes.
to reflect on these reforms. I call upon President Ruto, and maybe he could take the floor again to assess the progress made so that we can move beyond speeches to concrete actions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You make an excellent point here, the need for a reevaluation of the value of our natural resources, with the paradox being that we're resource rich, but GDP poor. Excellent points, Your Excellency. I'm going to come next to President Mnangagwa. As a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process, in your view, what is the main weakness with the current framework for debt resolution? You've faced a number of challenges in the last few years, but what would you consider to be the main weaknesses of the current situation that you're dealing with?
May you repeat your question?
The question is, as a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process.
Still, I don't understand.
Oh, sorry, Your Excellency. I was saying that as a leader whose country is going through a debt resolution process, in your view, what is the main weakness of the current framework for debt resolution, particularly as it concerns African countries? And in particular, your circumstances in Zimbabwe.
Well, thank you very much. May I first express, on behalf of my delegation, the warm reception we've received since our arrival here, this beautiful city of Nairobi. The problem that faces Africa, we have the history of colonialism. That history has burdened independent African countries for a long time. I believe that very few countries have shaken off the burden of colonialism after independence. For a long time, independent African countries continued to focus in terms of relations to their former colonial masters. It is now, in recent history, that we have begun to collaborate as African countries among ourselves, changing focus from the former colonial masters, relating to ourselves. Africa, as a continent, has resources enough to develop, modernize, and industrialize our continent as a people. But it has taken us long to shift from the focus of believing that our development must be linked to our former colonial masters. Africa has resources that, if we correctly focus on the domestic resources we have on the continent, we have the resources to develop our countries. Most importantly, in my view, since the Second Republic in Zimbabwe, we have decided that to develop our country, we must embrace science and technology. All our universities in Zimbabwe now have a serious bias towards science and technology, because we realize that the countries that have developed have done so on the basis of science and technology. We have introduced focus that in the past we had graduates from our universities who spoke English very well, but did not produce a product. So it is critically important that our younger generation must have the pride either to produce a product or a service. In the same manner, our universities must produce products where, when they leave university, they contribute to their country by producing a product or a service. The first world is the first world because they have produced products for themselves. They have produced a service which serves their own demands, their own communities. So that's what we must do. So Africa must shift its focus towards science and technology, which brings about a service to the people, a product to the people. The things that we need, yes, there is the philosophy or the understanding that you cannot invent the wheel. But it is necessary that we change our approach to development and modernization by embracing, in fact, as a continent, we have everything at our disposal to modernize, mechanize our agriculture, our education system should produce students who, when they leave university, they should have the pride that they have the capacity to produce a service for their country. They have a pride that they are producing products for their country. And that way, without much reliance on Europe, Asia, whatever, but exchanging scientifically the resources and knowledge among ourselves as African countries, I can see our country developing very, very fast. It is in my belief that those countries in Africa, on the African continent, who are doing well, they are doing well because they have internal domestic focus. What do they have? What can service their needs at the domestic level, as a country, as a people, both in terms of products and in terms of services? And if we all collaborate as an African country, as a continent, I believe that our pace for development and modernization will be faster. But if we continue to develop our countries in silos, it will take longer. In the past, for instance, in the past, which our founding fathers were able to move away from, if a delegation was leaving Mozambique wanting to come to Angola, they would first go to Portugal, to Europe, and then come down to Angola. And yet, we should have the means to fly directly from Mozambique to Angola. If we wanted to go to Ghana, we'd first fly to London and then come back to Africa, to Ghana. That shows how disconnected Africa was. And we must begin to have internal connections by ourselves. And as a continent, I believe that my dear brother here, Sesengeso, spoke about the possibility of generation of power in the Congo, which would service the entire African continent and even have access for Southern Europe on the Congo River. But to achieve that will require the collaboration of the entire African continent to put resources to achieve that which is possible to service Africa. But now, we work in silos and look forward and look up to Europe or some other former colonial powers to service and develop our own region. Okay. I'm happy that now there's a crop of African leaders who now focus on the collaboration of the developing of our respective countries by collaborating among ourselves. It could be in agriculture, it could be in education, and so on. For instance, in Zimbabwe, for all along, we were relying on importing wheat from Ukraine throughout. And yet, it is possible to grow enough wheat for ourselves. When we looked at it and said, how much wheat do we need per year and how much hectares of land do we need per year to grow the wheat we want? That same application, that same approach can apply to every single African country. The continent has land enough, arable land enough to produce food for Africa and surplus. But we don't do it. You still have countries in Africa who import food from Europe. Why? Because we have not broken that link between past colonialism and independence. It is still lingering in the minds of those who have not been able to move away. So, platforms like this one, where we share ideas, it is my belief that they're very useful because then we realize that if we collaborate, we have the chance of developing our respective economy far more than when we work in silos. For instance, the former colonized countries by Britain or the Anglo side of the Anglo former colonies speak to themselves. The French speak to themselves. Now, you now have Africa being divided between the divisions in Europe. The English on their side, the French on their side, and they bring that baggage to us. As we are here, I need somebody if I want to talk to my brother who speaks French and I speak English, we need an interpreter. So we must find a way where ourselves as Africa focus on integrating our systems. Let us in Zimbabwe learn languages so that we can speak to Mozambique, we can speak to the Congo. But no, we have to master English or French, foreign languages in Europe in order to speak to ourselves in Africa. My brother here, President Ruto, speaks Swahili. Swahili is spoken in many countries. Why don't we speak Swahili or make Swahili a national a language so that we can speak to each other? But no, we find pride in speaking English or French. You see? So you get married to a beautiful woman because you speak good French or good English. If you continue to speak your own domestic language, your own language, no one, they think you are primitive.
President Nangwa, we're going to have
Thank you very much. Okay.
We're going to have to move on to the next panelist, but you've made quite a number of points here that I think the major takeaways for us is really a shift in the consumer mindset to a production mindset, greater self-reliance, and interconnectedness and collaboration. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm going to come next to President Sheikh Mahmoud. Climate and global shocks have become major deterrents to sustained and predictable growth and transformation. So what concrete actions are you taking to ensure that Somalia is able to withstand the proverbial storm and build resilience in spite of these shocks?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me follow my other colleagues to thank His Excellency President Ruto, the people and the government of Kenya for the warm reception that we received here in this August city of Nairobi. Regarding the question that you said, yes, true, Somalia is a country that has been in a very unique situation for a couple of decades now. But there has always been a progress that the country was making. Of course, we say we are slow. We deserve to do much faster progress than we did. The challenge, the phenomena of climate change is a global, continental, and regional, and it is a reality. No one can deny today we are living with it every day and all days. So in Somalia, the fragility phenomena is among the challenges that we're facing. Very fragile country with fragile institutions. This has been complicated or compounded by successive years of droughts, followed by another year of El Nino and floods, and then regional infestation of locusts. So this makes the country face more complex challenges than ever. In that line, Somalia is now, for the first time in this history of 60 years of statehood, established the first Ministry of Environment and Climate Change for the first time in 2022 when I came back to the office. Now our main focus is addressing, establishing, and capacitating the institutions that address the climate change effects on the country. These institutions, some of them were existing, some of them are emerging now. Capacitating those institutions and partnering with the private sector and mobilizing the society, raising the awareness of our people are the main tasks that we are doing right now. The challenges are too many, a limited fiscal space. We are responding that by increasing our local revenue. And since we reached the debt clearance and the heavy completion point recently, only a couple of months back, we are starting to also put in place the mechanisms to access the financial institutions so that we can invest and fund our development or economic growth engines. With all these complexity and challenges, Somalia is also struggling and fighting and enduring terrorist groups that have been there more than a decade now. In all indications, whether it is the recovery of the territory, expanding the state and the governance institutions throughout the country, Somalia has made certain progress, but very far away from where we are willing to be. So the challenges are too many, but the opportunities are too many as well. Somalia succeeded to come up and build its financial institutions so that the international financing institutions accept it and the debt clearance has been achieved at the HIPC completion point. And we have been lifted an arms embargo that was in the country for more than 3 decades. Somalia is soon going to join the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent. All these are indications that the country is moving. But the issue of the climate is an obstacle and a hindrance in the path to recovery. So focusing on our strategic developing and growing our strategic resources areas like agriculture, blue economy, and particularly the livestock that we excluded from the agriculture is also moving forward. The export of Somalia is increasing, still at infancy level, but increasing by the year. That all are indications that our institutions and state building is improving very fast. Still, the challenge of fragility is still there. Somalia making all those steps just to address the challenge of the climate change. We lost huge number, more than 3 million livestock herds for droughts and for floods. Stocks of our livestock has been, floods have been washed to the sea. And the limited agriculture that we established also moved away. And the limited infrastructure that we have has been washed. So we are restarting again as we started from scratch earlier. Now in many areas, again, we have to, the climate change, the challenge among them is also demographic change. A lot of rural people are losing their livelihoods and they are just coming in the urban areas as IDPs. Many of them will never go back because there is no reason to go back. And there are no life to go back because they lost the livestock, they lost the facilities. So climate change is not only hindering, but it's changing the demographic structure of the country as well. All these multiple challenges we're facing, but still with our motto of Somalia in peace with itself and in peace with the rest of the world is also a major achievement that we have seen its products right now at an initial stage. We brought our people together back. We're moving forward as achieving a common purpose. That is the Somalia of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and congratulations on the resilience that Somalia continues to show in spite of tremendous, tremendous challenges. What an inspiration. I'm going to come next to Vice President Bassem Banza to speed up the process of structural reform in your country. What initiatives is Burundi taking at the moment?
Thank you very much. But I'd also like to start by conveying my sincere thanks to the President of Kenya for the warm welcome that has been extended to me and my delegation. I would also like to thank all the heads of state that have spoken before me and to commend the President, the Chairperson of the African Union, and for all that they did to get here. That said, I would like to start by saying that Burundi, on the vision laid down within the framework of activities that the African Development Bank has put in place, and in compliance with Agenda 2063, the priorities that are the main activities of the bank are also the priority activities of the Republic of Burundi, for the reason that we have laid down the goal of green growth for an emerging and to become an emerging country by 2040. And of course, we are trying to comply with these objectives or goals that Africa has set for itself. We would like that Africa should be prosperous with inclusive growth and in order to achieve sustainable development. We also would like that Africa, like Burundi, should be a country, an united and integrated continent politically, and that it should advocate the ideals of Pan-Africanism and Africa Renaissance. We also like Africa to be characterized by good governance and respect of human rights and a rule of law. That is Africa that is moving on in peace and security, whose development is people-centered, and that will rely on the potential of these populations, in particular of women and youths. We want an Africa that acts as a strong partner and a strong stakeholder that is united on the world stage. But the Africa's transformation and the reform of the global financial architecture are closely linked. And here, I would like to revisit the idea of saying how we are trying to fight against economic challenges that our country is facing. Burundi here is facing significant major economic challenges. In particular, we depend a lot on agriculture. We have infrastructure that is not well developed, and with development initiatives that are supported by the African Development Bank and other development partners that are crucial in stimulating economic growth and reducing poverty in the country. We also should like to point out the participation of the ADB in other regional initiatives and how the African Development Bank has been participating in these development initiatives and programs. It could also be involved in other development initiatives that are meant to strengthen the economic integration and development in Africa, that is, in Eastern Africa in particular. So, as an activity, we would like to point out that the portfolio of ongoing operations of the African Development Bank, and that is co-financed by the government of Burundi, involved some 20 projects in the public sector that total a commitment of about $500 million, but has witnessed a rather low disbursement rate, which is at 37.5%. The sectoral distribution of this portfolio indicates that the predominance of infrastructure, because they represent 76% of the investments, that is 37% for energy and 35% for transport, followed by agriculture at 29%, at social 6%, governance 0.5%, finance at 0.9%. The portfolio of the public sector, of national public sector, includes or comprises 12 projects totaling a commitment of about 114 million units of accounts, with a disbursement rate of about 44%. Furthermore, the portfolio of the regional portfolio comprises 8 multinational projects amounting to about 60 million units of accounts for a total disbursement rate of about 33%. The regional projects are designed to ensure connectivity between Burundi and other countries of Eastern Europe, Central Africa, and Southern Africa, especially in border countries like Rwanda, Tanzania, DRC, and beyond, right up to Zambia. Now, in the private sector, the portfolio comprises virtually, well, projects for facilitating guaranteeing transactions of the Central Bank of Burundi, for instance, representing about 4 million. And here, I should point out that there's been improvement in the indicators of the portfolio because as I said earlier on, the disbursement rate is still low, but it's improving year by year.
Vice President, I know that there's a lot that is taking place in your country, lots of transformations, but just because of the limitations of time, we do have to move on to our next panelist. I'm getting a signal in my earpiece, so I do have to come to His Excellency President Joachim Chissano for the next question, and we'll provide very short comments to close out this round. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. President Chissano, you've played a globally recognized and acknowledged and much appreciated role in championing debt arrears clearance for countries facing debt challenges on the continent. To your mind, what can and should Africa do to improve its debt situation? You've been involved in several negotiations, several discussions. If you wouldn't mind sharing your experiences with us, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. I would like to start from where I thought I would end, if we had time, is to say that the ADB has to be congratulated. As far as what regards Mozambique, is for what they have done since 1977, when we established partnership. At that time, the other institutions were more powerful, were shy, were shying away from us. And there were many reasons why. It's because we never had stability in the country after independence proclamation in 1975. And and also there was this Cold War, but ADB came and became our partner, reliable partner. And I congratulate ADB also because of what they have done for Africa in general. And at present, we see the role played by President Adesina, who is my younger brother. And he has been delivering. And he shows us that he knows Africa, and not only him, but also with his team working in different countries, the example of my country. So I would like to take this opportunity to say congratulations, but we are celebrating 60 years of ADB, and it was not always additional. I don't know. Where are you born? 60 years, yes. So I would like to take this opportunity also to say that it occurs to my memory the names of at least 3 of his predecessors, because with those I have worked. And so I think that it's worth evoking their names here. I didn't hear the other speeches speaking about them, although we are celebrating the 60th anniversary. I refer to late Babakan Jai. Babakan Jai is one of those with whom we worked closely to reconstruct the country and to construct the country in Mozambique. And then I would mention the name of the Omar Kabaj. Omar Kabaj from Morocco. We worked also together. And then Donald Kaberuka. All this worked not only for Mozambique, but for the region, SADC region. And at that time, we were having this spirit of collaboration, and infrastructure were mentioned here by President President Sassou Nguesso, and energy. At that time, the problem was coordinating efforts on infrastructure, railways, roads, dams, electricity, all infrastructure necessary. So this is not a new theme. He referred to Inga. It was not a new theme of those days. But what was missing there was this engine to make things happen. So what I could advise is to the ADB to be that engine, to make things happen. We are having here ministers of finance. The ministers of finance are more practical than we. I was Minister of Foreign Affairs. We would speak about generalities, but when you come to the ground, you need someone to make things happen. So the ideas which we heard here start from far beyond, like when we joined the United Nations in 1975. What I found there was the discussion about a new economic order. And that idea of a new economic order vanished, I don't know why. But the new economic order is still valid for today. What we're discussing here is a new economic order, because we're speaking about reform of structures. So, if I'm running away from your question, you may...
That's okay, Your Excellency. I think you're doing very, very well, just ending on a positive note here. The question related to the role that you've played on the continent and... to challenge this problem of debt.
Yes. Yeah. Well, debts are committed when you don't have money and you look for money in order to do something and to produce money. And so this is what is missing, because we go and have a debt and we come and then we go and have a debt because we don't know how to put the money to a good value. And I think that the ADB should be that bank of Africa. We have now an African Union. the idea of the Bank of Africa came from even before OAU. It was one of the things which should be done. But when the ADB was created, I think that we did not look at it as the Bank of Africa. We thought that it was just a bank to serve Africa. No, this is our bank, it's the Bank of Africa. And so we have to have ways of using this bank even to help the fragile states so that they have institutions which work, which can create jobs, so that we have the productivity, so that the little money we have, it multiplies, so that we don't have to incur into debts all the time. So Mozambique is one of the countries which was forgiven. The debt was forgiven in my time when I was acting head of state, and forgiven. But we had the debt again because we didn't have the means to make our potential wealth to become a real wealth which can be converted into a real value to make business in the world. So we had, because we didn't have the skills, when ADB came in 1977, found this problem that we didn't have skills, where maybe 90% illiterate in Mozambique. So, as President Mnangagwa said, the training of the of people so that they have know-how to transform our resources into value. It's a very valid point to which will help us to go away of the need of going for debt. And we have to have this African bank so that it's our channel. If we wanted to get a debt, we should have this channel and not to jump to the big ones there. And so, because ADB knows us, it's the ND, how do you say it? ADN, the ADN of ADB is the ADN of Africa, of the African Union, and so on. So they know. So they are there to help to resolve the problems, and this is what the bank should not be shy to go and help us in each country to do things the right way, so that we come out with big figures, as they were announced here by President Ruto and by Dadesina himself. So in each country, we should have what is called in generic terms, good governance, also in the field of economy. And this, I think that it is also the role of the bank. But to finalize, the bank will not do anything successful if we continue to have many voices in Africa. We are saying that we want to have a voice in the international arena, but that voice is there in Africa? Are we speaking the same voice? It's a question we have to ask ourselves all the time. Are we speaking with one voice? As we are here with the Minister of Finance, maybe we are trying to speak the same voice. But if we go to another forum, are we going to speak in the same voice when we go to the United Nations? When we go to Europe? So we need to have one voice so that ADB knows what to do, because they can have the leverage. They can bring more partners, their connections. Additionally, is very good in that. But I think that all the others were good to create new partnerships. And so this is what I can tell you, that this would do away with this problem of the debt, because we would be ourselves doing ourselves to improve on the development of our resources so that they become a real wealth.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. President Joachim Chissano, thank you so much for your thoughts. Distinguished presidents, unfortunately we've run out of time and we do have to go on to the next panel, but we want to thank you most sincerely. One, for gracing this occasion, for taking time out, and for your very thoughtful ideas about moving Africa's agenda forward. We do not take it lightly. We appreciate your presence here and the excellent ideas and thoughts that you have provided us with in your respective countries. We wish you all the very best as you continue to lead and transform your countries. At this note, I'd like to say a big thank you to President Sassou Nguesso, President Emerson Mnangagwa, President Hassan Mahmoud, Vice President Prosper Bazombanza, and our dear President Joachim Chissano. Thank you very much, gentlemen and Mr. Presidents. We really, really appreciate your contributions today, and we wish you all the very best. Thank you so much.
Presidential dialogue right there. As the speaker matters, Africa's development, which is the theme of the 59th annual meeting of the African Development Bank Group, being held right here at now calls to change the global financial structure and the need for a balanced representation of African countries in the international financial system.
Conclude formalities. We will ask that you be seated. We do have a treat for you. In just a few moments, there'll be a quick turnaround. I believe that arrangements are being made for the next segment of the program. If the individuals involved with that can come on stage, that will be much appreciated. In the next few seconds, we will transition to the next segment of this annual meeting's opening day. For the young men and women coming on stage, about to put on a spectacular performance, can I give them a warm round of applause? Very, very much deserved.
Maybe should have had the Africa. Imekuwa safari miaka 60 zilizopita, changamoto mbalimbali zimetuleta pamoja, transforming lives across borders, one country at a time. We are the continent of the brave. Oh, Africa, rise. Elele, 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 elele,
Ladies and gentlemen, Amabwana, Mesdames et Messieurs, turn your history books to page 60, find the sentence on economic independence. Step to the past and declare your political presence. Take a walk with the ancestors, disrupt pioneers and the innovators. Remember of the hard-fought revolution, its might against the colonial dictators, and of the right to make mistakes, the right to get up, plenty of choices, economic freedom so fervently demanded, with Kwame Nkrumah as one of the leading voices.
Sekta ya elimu na mazingira, sekta ya kilimo na teknolojia.
From the almost flat face of a continent rolls the Africa Development Bank, promoting the fair sharing of resources that each one of us could rise in rank. Their mission, so clear and true, to provide healthcare, provide education, to provide affordable homes, to transform lives, to eliminate poverty, answer freedom's call. In the words of President Adesina, I believe Africa will shine and fulfill its destiny. I still believe that we shall be who we are meant to be.
It's been a journey, time to celebrate. It's been a journey, Africa celebrate. Okay, we can. We have to rewind that. Okay. You need a song.
Mais la croissance ne doit jamais s'arrêter, ni les rêves s'évanouir dans les nuages. Les épreuves d'aujourd'hui exigent unité et courage. Together, we have risen and shown that we have the required strength to be a brother's keeper, responsible for delivering health and wealth. Africa will keep shining and fulfill its destiny. This remains Adesina's dream. A difference can and will definitely be made if we work as a team. As we celebrate this 60th anniversary, remember who you are. Keep the dream alive.
Africa! Awero Africa! Awero Africa manyen! New Africa! Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what you've just seen is a curtain raiser to the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank. On the 25th of May, 1963, one of the first resolutions that was passed by the Organization of African Unity was, I quote, the establishment of an African Development Bank, unquote. The following year, events took place in Khartoum, Sudan, and the bank was born in 1964. But coincidentally, 2 months after the resolution, in 1963, of May, in July of that same year, I was born. So I'm a child of the OAU, and therefore it is fitting that I am also a child of the African Development Bank. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a short commemorative program, very short. The time is gone. We're not going to keep you for too long. As part of this commemoration, the full story will be told sometime in September this year in Abidjan. But just to give you a teaser, we will call upon 3 instrumental institutions to make 5 minutes remarks each. 5 minutes. We will call upon the President of the African Development Bank. We will call upon the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. And we will call upon the President of the Republic of Kenya. And after their statement, they will stay a little bit and we will unveil the 10-year strategy of the African Development Bank. But before we do that, there's a story that needs to be told just briefly on video. Please.
"60 years of making a difference. 60 years of being Africa's solutions bank. 60 years of accelerating development and transformation. Of feeding our continent, providing clean water and sanitation, lighting up communities, connecting borders and people, interesting markets and opportunities, defying fragility and enhancing resilience, boosting skills and entrepreneurship, bridging public and private sector partnerships through knowledge, innovation, and creativity. From little acorns, oak trees grow. For 60 years, the African Development Bank has been at the forefront of collective efforts to build a brighter and more prosperous Africa.
African countries are resilient and are doing well despite the challenges posed by climate change. You are investing in the right place, Africa.
Indépendance, cha-cha, tozumiye. Oti kwanza, cha-cha, tubakidi.
Our story began in 1964, a time when the winds of freedom, change, and independence was sweeping across the continent.
I have cherished the idea of a democratic and free society.
When the greatest boxer of all time, Muhammad Ali, embarked on a tour of Africa, when South African singer Miriam Makeba took the world by storm with a sensational song, when leaders of independent African countries gathered in Cairo to open the second organization of the African Unity Summit. Their goal was clear: to build a strong, more resilient, and prosperous Africa. That same year, finance ministers from independent African countries gathered in Lagos, Nigeria, to inaugurate the African Development Bank. Their mandate and vision? To transform Africa socially and economically, and to integrate the continent's economy by accelerating the movement of people, goods, and services. With an initial and modest investment of $2.3 million in 1967, the African Development Bank has grown to become the continent's only AAA-rated financial institution with a capital base of $208 billion and over $184 billion in investments in diverse sectors of Africa's economy. Later on, non-regional member countries were invited to join, greatly expanding the bank's capital base. And the African Development Fund raised the largest replenishment of $8.9 billion for the 16th replenishment of the bank's concessional window. Today, the African Development Bank stands tall as Africa's trusted solutions bank, with more than 5,400 transformative life-changing projects implemented across the continent. Our innovative financial instruments, including hybrid capital, are models for other global multinational development banks. As Africa continues to face one of the greatest challenges of our time, we have become a leading global voice for climate finance equity, an architect for building climate resilience and adaptation, a trusted partner for meeting the needs of African countries ravaged by droughts, floods, cyclones, and environmental change. Everywhere on the continent, the terrain we know best, the impact of our work and investments are evident. In cities and in the countryside, in primary schools, colleges, and universities, in agriculture, and in farms with climate-resilient crops, in healthcare through clinics and care centers, in hydro, wind, geothermal, and solar power, in water access and irrigation, in vocational training, businesses and startups, in ports, airports, roads, aviation, and rail transportation. Each day, in a world of dynamic change and challenges, we are touching the lives of millions of Africans and connecting Africa to Africa and Africa to the world.
Across Africa, the impact of our high fives has been felt. In the past 7 years, Your Excellencies, the operations of the bank have impacted directly the lives of 400 million people.
Together, we have made progress. Together, we are shaping Africa's development. Together, we can and we will do much more in the years to come while overcoming new challenges and global uncertainties, including pandemics, geopolitical tensions, and climate change. Over 60 years, the dedicated and visionary work of former and present staff, management, board members, and governors of the bank have helped make the African Development Bank the globally respected development finance institution that it is today. In the years ahead, we are committed to leading, innovating, challenging, shaping, and influencing the African landscape. Working together and as partners, we will help create the future of our dreams, an Africa that is even more transparent, prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated. Let's celebrate 60 years of achievement, 60 years of transformation, and 60 years of making a tangible difference in the lives of the people of Africa. Here is to 60 years of making a difference.
I think that
Congratulations to my good friend, President Adesina, and the African Development Bank.
Thank you very much for having me, and congratulations to the HB for 60 years.
La Banque africaine de développement, notre banque, joue un rôle essentiel dans le développement des pays africains, et ce, depuis plus de 6 décennies.
It is a profound honor to address you as we celebrate 6 decades of the exceptional contributions of the African Development Bank to Africa's development landscape.
On behalf of the Africa 50 team, I extend our heartfelt congratulations on this momentous 60th anniversary milestone. We are looking forward to many more decades of shared progress and prosperity.
I think that deserves more applause. Without further ado, may I please welcome the President of the African Development Bank for some brief remarks.
Thank you, Secretary General. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, their governors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be able to address you briefly on this auspicious occasion of the celebration of the 60th anniversary of the African Development Bank, your bank. As you stay here for the next 3 days of these annual meetings, we will be discussing, celebrating, reflecting on the work of the bank, the journey we have traveled in supporting Africa, and journey yet to be traveled. One thing is sure, we are on the right journey, a journey to accelerate the development of Africa. It is amazing that in 60 years that we've been traveling this journey, we are not tired. Just like Kenyans always run and win on long-distance races, so are we. We are running to win for Africa. In 60 years, we have not diminished. In 60 years, we have grown. In 60 years, we are delivering at scale for Africa. From just the initial committee of 9 when we started, and 23 countries who signed up when we launched out, we now count 81 member countries. When the founders of the African Development Bank met in Khartoum, Sudan in 1963, they had a dream, promoting and accelerating the economic and social development of African countries. 1 year after, in 1964, I was only 4 years old. The first board of governors of the bank met in Lagos, Nigeria. So started the journey of hope for Africa. From our first projects in Sierra Leone, the National Development Bank of Sierra Leone, and Kenya right here, Mr. President, the Athi River, Namanga Road in Kenya's southeastern region connecting to Tanzania, we now have over 5,600 projects across Africa. As we continue this journey of hope for Africa, we honor and celebrate the hard work, the leadership, and the efforts of 7 presidents of the bank before me. I would like to therefore honor the service and tremendous accomplishments of those presidents. President Mamoun Bihari, President Abdulwahed Labidi, President Kwame Fudwa, President Willem Mungoba, who was somebody who also liked bow tie like myself, President Babaka Ndiaye, President Omar Kabaj, and President Donald Kaberuka. The dream is being realized, one strategy at a time, one president at a time. But it takes all of our shareholders, you, to support us to make things happen. You, our shareholders, who celebrate with us today, you make the African Development Bank what it is today. You do so in many ways. Your financial support, your moral support, but the support you give us in your various capitals. Our heads of states and government, you have continued to strongly support us as a bank over the last 60 years. And I'd like to use this time to particularly thank His Excellency President William Ruto for the wonderful announcement that you made this morning, that you'll be contributing $25 million to the African Development Fund. That will make you the largest contributor to that fund as a regional member country. Thank you also for your bold call for a 17th replenishment of the fund at $25 billion, and thank you for your seed financing towards that, and thank you once again, Mr. President. So important is the African Development Bank that the Organization of African Unity gave it a clear mandate, and you heard it from Chairperson Moussa Faki, to mobilize development financing for Africa. And we are doing so with your collective support. In 2019, you, the shareholders of the bank, raised the capital of the bank from $93 billion to $208 billion, the highest in the history of the bank since it was established in 1964. Thank you very much. But the strength of the bank has always been its staff. From just 10 pioneer members in 1964, we now have 2,092 staff members today from 76 countries. We all come with one goal in mind: accelerate Africa's development. Our Board of Governors and Board of Directors from 81 member countries have been the guiding lights for the bank. From an initial capital base of $250 million when we started, see where we are today. The African Development Bank has consistently maintained its AAA ratings and is the only AAA-rated financial institution in Africa. We are proud to have created and incubated and nurtured solid African financial institutions, including the Africa Export-Import Bank, the West Africa Development Bank, Shelter Afrique, Africa 50, among others. The African Development Bank is a trusted voice for Africa at the global level. Whether it is at G7, whether it's at G20, the African Development Bank is there with a seat at the table, and we use that voice to advance Africa's interests. The African Development Bank is responsive to Africa's needs. When COVID-19 struck, we responded swiftly and increased net outflows to countries with a crisis response facility of up to $10 billion. Your Excellencies, the African Development Bank is now helping to support Africa to produce its own medicines and vaccines. And that is what led us as an institution to create a new institution called the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. I would like to thank you, Mr. President Kagame, as the chairman of the Eminent Advisory Council of this foundation. And thank you very much for hosting this foundation's headquarters in Kigali. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am delighted that in less than 1 year since its establishment, the African Technology Foundation, like all the other institutions we set up before, was listed by DIVEX as one of the 24 institutions to watch out for globally in 2024. Just last week, I was at the G7 Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meeting in Stresa, Italy, where the G7 strongly supported the Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, jointly developed by the African Development Bank, Africa 50, and the Africa Union. It was quite exciting that the G7 collectively pledged $150 million to AGIA. The G7 also pledged support for the callable capital increase of the African Development Bank. The G7 also signaled strong support for the successful 17th replenishment of the African Development Fund. Never has the African Development Bank received such wide recognition and strong support across the board for its work by the G7. We can take pride that from our very humble beginnings, the African Development Bank is today a globally respected institution, taking its place among global financial institutions, innovating and leading. The African Development Bank issued hybrid capital on the global capital market, the first ever by a multilateral development bank, creating a new global asset class for institutional investors. The African Development Bank is the first and the only multilateral development bank to do synthetic securitization, transferring risks from our sovereign and non-sovereign portfolios to the private sector institutional investors. In 2021, your bank, the African Development Bank, was ranked the best multilateral financial institution in the world by Global Finance. In 2022, the African Development Fund, our concessional lending institution, was ranked as the second best concessional financing institution in the world by the Center for Global Development, ahead of all 48 concessional financing institutions, including in OECD countries. In 2022, the African Development Bank was ranked as the most transparent financial institution in the world by Publish What You Fund. Our founding fathers will be proud of us today. The confidence of our non-regional shareholders that form a critical part of our bank, who joined to bolster Africa's homegrown financial institutions, is fully justified. Together, building on the foundations laid by our founders, we have built a global financial institution, focusing on Africa, bringing the world to Africa, and taking Africa to the world. As we celebrate our 60 years as African Development Bank, let the achievements that we have recorded, the lessons that we have learned, the impacts that we have had, and the humility that we have, knowing fully well that the journey ahead is still long, give us a greater impetus to do even more. Let's celebrate Africa's development. Let's accelerate it relentlessly. Africa deserves the best, and only the best is good enough for Africa. Happy 60th anniversary. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Shukran. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your insightful statement. May I invite His Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to make a brief statement.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, distinguished guests. 61 years ago, the Organization of the African Unity was born, now the African Union. A year later, the Continental Organization gave birth to its first child, its daughter, the African Development Bank. Anniversaries are moments for rejoicing, but also, and above all, moments to take stock of the path behind us and to look forward to the path ahead. The African Development Bank did excellent work for Africa for the last 6 decades. Its portfolio across all member states is consistently strong. The African Union, as you know, at its 50th anniversary in 2013, produced Agenda 2063, which can be considered a triptych: integrated Africa, prosperous Africa, and peaceful Africa. It asked the African Development Bank to mobilize the resources required on the continent and beyond to finance this agenda. This agenda has emblematic projects in terms of infrastructure, energy, food security, health, education. It is very ambitious. Thank you, dear brother, Dr. Adesina, for the efforts made up until now to produce the Africa we all want. Today, 60 years on, our continent is once again facing significant challenges. Yes, we're not where we were at the beginning of the 60s, at the start of independence. We need to stop self-flagellating. We need to find a balance, strike that balance. Africa is a continent that still has serious problems, a lack of infrastructure. We launched the African Free Continent Trade Area, and we cannot be efficient until we are able to interconnect the different parts of this continent. So there are important challenges at the level of infrastructures. The African Union has set up a specialized institution, a top-notch institution, working hand in hand with the African Development Bank. Energy, as we heard here today already, some 600 million Africans still do not have access to energy, to electricity. How can we have true development without electricity? Another significant challenge. I'm pleased, as I heard from President Sassou, that 3.6 million Africans will be connected by 2030. So we will cut by 50% the number of those who do not have access to electricity, to power. This is a huge challenge, and I strongly encourage the African Development Bank to invest in this sector. The bank requires the support of member states first and foremost if it is to do better. Financial support, but above all, political support, so that it can take its rightful place, helping to develop the continent further. Our continent also requires peace and stability. The African Union has focused on its peace fund, millions of dollars, over $400 million, to help improve in this field, but we still deal with terrorism, which threatens international peace and security, and as you know, this is at the heart also of the concerns of the UN Security Council. Thankfully, last year, there was a resolution that seeks to finance 75% of African Union-led peacekeeping missions, especially those to fight against terrorism on the continent. The remainder is still required so that we can finance peace and stability on the continent. I hope, and the African Development Bank has already begun to do this, I hope that we can think about financing security. Without security, we cannot have stability, and so we will never be able to improve our rating. And you, as professionals, know this full well. You know the narratives, you know the discourse about the situation on the continent. This is a huge challenge, and we must needs reflect about this. The African Union is undergoing reforms. Thank you to Presidents Ruto and Kagame, who, working with the Commission, are leading these very difficult reforms. We have also registered progress in this field, but more has yet to be done, and I say this with significant regret. There is still a need for political will from our states to push these forwards, because we have to speak in unison, and this, unfortunately, is not always happening. Africa, the African Development Bank, can only push forward the dream of this continent if we are united, integrated, and speaking with one single voice in a world where, as you know, there are significant challenges and turmoil. In order to turn the page, we need to turn the page standing united. Integration and prosperity are interlinked, linked to the integration of our economies, to stability, to peace, and so we need significant efforts. We can count on the efforts of the African population, the dynamic efforts of its young people, its women, but I would exhort African leaders to reflect on the need to work together to improve political and economic governance on the continent so that we have the wherewithal to support our efforts so as to achieve the Africa we all want. Happy anniversary to the African Development Bank. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Without the OAU, there would have not been an African Development Bank. Thank you, and thank you for the partnership. May I invite His Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, to make some brief remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indulge me because I have been asked actually instructed, I think, by President Sassou Nguesso to give a progress report on the meeting we had in Paris on the financing pact. And you know, in keeping with African tradition, when an elder gives instructions, you have to obey. So let me give a brief progress report, and I hope he will be listening. After the meetings we had in Paris, we subsequently had the Africa Climate Summit, in which we consolidated our position as a continent. And we were clear on what kind of financing infrastructure that we were looking for. Number one, we were looking for concessionary resources that would make sense to our development. Number two, we were looking for long-term resources that had grace periods of up to 10 years and repayment periods of up to 40 years. Number three, we wanted these resources at scale. And number 4, we were very clear that these resources were meant for the financing of our development. We subsequently took our position to COP28, and we had a very positive conversation. And finally, we launched the Africa Green Industrialization Initiative that will provide a mechanism for investment in our green energy resources to facilitate industrialization, to create jobs, to create wealth, and to move Africa to the next level. Subsequently, we came here a month ago, and by the time we were in COP28, the difficulties we had in Paris of whether we need reform of the international financial architecture. You remember the heated conversation we had in Paris, because many countries in Paris did not believe that there was a requirement or there was need of whatever nature for the transformation and reform of the international financial architecture. But by the time we were getting in December, in COP28, there was concurrence in Europe, in America, in Asia, and of course in Africa, that there was need. And everybody agreed that there was need to reform these financial institutions. Fast forward, last month, we had a meeting here with the World Bank to discuss concessionary resources in the IDA window replenishment 21. We made very good progress with the World Bank in that framework. Step forward, last week, the outcome of my visit to the United States, there were 2 significant outcomes. Outcome number 1 is investment of $1 billion for the first data center powered by green energy in Kenya. And number 2, after extensive consultations with President Biden, and because he confirmed to me that he believed in the transformation of Africa and he wanted to support, because of the conversations we had, you remember, at the Africa Leaders Summit in America last year. And because America is a big contributor both to IDA and to Africa Development Fund, President Biden committed $21 billion that will go to some of it to the 2 institutions, World Bank, IDA framework, and Africa Development Bank's Africa Development Fund program, which we are discussing here today. The replenishment, the 25 billion Adesina is looking for the Africa Development Fund. And today, Mr. President, we are furthering that conversation with the confirmations we're going to make to enhance significant funding, concessional resources to Africa Development Fund so that we can meet the targets where we wanted concessional funding, long-term resources, and at scale. I hope I have made a good case and I have met the pass mark. Your Excellencies, I acknowledge the insightful remarks you have made on Africa's prospects. Your words underline the critical need to match our continent's immense potential with corresponding concessional financing and action. I reiterate that there is a clear necessity for increased funding in the next replenishment cycle of Africa Development Fund with a target of not less than US $25 billion. Looking ahead, the Africa Development Bank will be central in addressing Africa's challenges by financing climate change mitigation, adaptation, green industrialization, and closing the infrastructure gap in rail, in road networks, internet, broadband, energy, and the development of our ports. As we celebrate the Africa Development Bank's 60th anniversary here in Nairobi, it is vital for us as African leaders to support the bank's transformative role by supporting its access to concessional resources for our continent's transformation. Additionally, it is time, as I said, to support an African-created rating agency that will provide accurate and fair assessment of Africa's economic realities and status. It is said in our country that poverty cannot be shared. What can be shared is wealth and prosperity. And so, Kenya can only be prosperous in a thriving continental neighborhood. That is why last week, as an engaged American government, 60% of the time I spent prosecuting Africa's agenda, and 40% of the time I spent pushing Kenya's agenda, because I understand that there cannot be a prosperous Kenya without a thriving Africa. And therefore, I want to state without fear of any contradiction that the progress and transformation of Kenya is intertwined with that of Africa. Kenya is honored to host this meeting, and we take the boards and management of the two institutions, we thank them for this privilege. I have already requested that after hosting Africa Development Bank's annual meeting 30 years ago in 1994, and again today in 2024, it would be fair and fitting for Kenya to host again in 2054. I am told by my brother Evangelist Adesina that my request is under consideration. I would request that this decision be made early, because neither we nor the decision makers then might be fit enough to do so 30 years from now. Once again, I welcome you all to Nairobi and Kenya, and wish you fruitful deliberations during this annual meeting of the African Development Bank and African Development Fund. I urge you to take time to sample the delights that Kenya has to offer, including a national park, which is just 10 minutes away from here. Thank you very much. Happy 60th anniversary, Africa Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, but I see that you're already overthrowing my president as the evangelist for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we have spent quite an awful long time today, and we don't want you to continue to spend a lot of time, but we just have one little thing to do: the unveiling of the next 10-year strategy of the bank, which will take just a very few minutes. Can you please animate? And as you animate, can you please get copies ready? And I will call upon the President of the Republic. I will call upon the President of the African Development Bank. I will call upon the Chairperson of the African Union Commission and the Chairperson of the Board of Governors to please stand in the middle as they bring the copies for you to unveil. But prior to that, could you please animate? May I call on Caroline Kende-Robb and Nancy Baker to please bring copies. So here you have it, unveiled the next 10-year strategy of the African Development Bank Group. Governors' copies will be shared out to you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the head of state. Thank you, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. And thank you, Chairperson of the Board of Governors. And to close this session, may I please invite the Senior Vice President, Swazi Shabalala, to give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm well aware that I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will be very brief. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the African Development Bank, Governors of the African Development Bank, alternate governors of the African Development Bank, Board of Directors, senior management, and hope that is everyone. I am honored to stand before you today at this auspicious occasion as we commemorate the African Development Bank's 60 years of existence in this beautiful city, the green city in the sun, Nairobi. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to convey our gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for the cordial and very warm hospitality and all the measures taken to ensure the success of the 2024 annual meetings of the African Development Bank. We are greatly honored that you could be part of these celebrations today. Your bank is the realization of the dream of our illustrious forebears, that the African Development Bank would transform the continent into the Africa we want. Thank you for celebrating the journey and the remarkable achievements of our institution, even as we acknowledge the long road ahead towards prosperity and the fulfillment of Africa's aspirations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me express on behalf of the bank our deep gratitude to the governors, executive directors, the president, the chief, what do we call you again? The chief, he's got lots of names, and every single staff of the bank, past and present, for their dedication and commitment. And in conclusion, it is with the utmost sincerity that we express our hope for the continued success of the African Development Bank. Thank you, merci beaucoup, obrigada, shukran, asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SVP. Let me use this opportunity to profusely apologize to the initially planned 2 panels. But you can believe that we've had literally all the panels that we are supposed to have. And because heads of state have stayed for too long and lunch is getting cold, we'll rather transition to lunch and deeply apologize to the other 2 panels so that governors can do their work, because we still have the first sitting. So as we finish, we'll proceed for the high-level luncheon by invitation only. I'm sure you have your invitation. And may I invite my Kenyan counterpart to announce about a particular lunch that will follow also.
Thank you, Secretary General. There's lunch for everybody, so don't panic. So those who are not in the high-level lunch, right next to the high-level tent, there's lunch for everybody. And why don't we give ourselves a wonderful round of applause for being patient and staying till this time. And with that, I will request that we all be upstanding. We're going to have the two anthems again. We'll start with the African Union anthem and then finish with the Kenyan anthem. And after that, we'll kindly request that we remain standing as we allow the heads of state to exit towards the high-level lunch. Then the rest of us will be guided. For now, we start with the African Union anthem. Let us all remain standing in our positions as we allow the heads of state to exit, and the rest of us will exit after that. Remember, there's lunch for everybody, so bon appetit.
projects are abundant. Development goals by 2030. The global financial architecture needs to be reformed, and the African Development Bank Group has a critical role to play.
take from here.
Junguma lete ilete boira Junguma danye na chene kano Junguma donte donto kano Yela junguma hare na chene kano Junguma mote ibele torsi Yela saka jungu koinde jungu makoi nyinde sugulla
so many.
la farinya oyela marala do de fe sabe jogu mambe wala jankono ofena na maraba mukela nyawo nyama jombeni de nyeba waiti nyala nyawo nyama ambe na maraba Dianya monka mundi ofo Dianya monka mundi Dianya mana wara nyadoma moekela jonle difa ndobene bolo baba mbodima ambe wokala nyarela shafali yoro ibodu nibiye wari mogo mimbi bolo banki odo villa de la obedi de no mama mogo la do bagani bolo here kam nianya monka munima ufuwala nianya monka munkiye kianya mana wara nyagoma mwekele tole diva kone ye tole ne ye wala fanyu manga tole ne ye tole ne le wala fanyu manga tole ne ye tole ne ye wala de ne la tole kianya mana wara ne ye tole kone ye furu de nyumala tole ofena le ne la tole
Wait, how am I supposed to sit down like that? One more. One more, one more. Yes. One more. Is it good?
In your figure two. Eh? See you last. Oh, just bigger 2 years.
Oh, okay. You can't panel.
Speaker sisi wote. Kanyo. Ini. Front camera. Bas, ningali. Ona ramu.
Go for. Sawa. Tosho irana nove. Ora ba shwele. Tosho rayo wa. Tosho bungira naro. Oh, ndaba ya mbivu. Sawa. Ya unatoa ina do fingerprint. Ile rao. Yekendo.
Atongo imekalala. name. So I showed them.